Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel and today we're going to continue with our playthrough of RimWorld. But before we start, just a couple of corrections. Because it bothers me when I say things on stream that turn out not to be true. First one was last RimWorld stream specifically. We were trying to remember which of the colonists arrived with a bunch of children that, well, it didn't end well. It wasn't Gasp, it was Conrad. The other thing I was going to say is that last stream, which was Nia, we came across a particular kanji in a particular Japanese word, boso. This one, and I believe I said that the bottom radical was the radical for water, but it's not. It's the radical for rice, which I should have known the difference. They do look quite similar, but I should have recognised the difference. Anyway, just thought I'd quickly cover those 2 points. To the game. So, RimWorld. Last RimWorld stream, we managed to... I'm trying to remember, did we actually build the... where is it? The fabrication bench last stream? I think we did. But we are able to fabricate now, which is fantastic. That means that in theory, we should be able to... we shouldn't be running out of components or advanced components anytime soon. As long as we have the raw resources, steel, and... what else does a component need? Let me check quickly. Oh, just steel. So as long as we have steel, we should be good as far as components are concerned. And I think it's steel, gold, and plasteel for an advanced component. Yes. Which is fantastic, because we did have that one playthrough that completely... went completely to pot, simply because I didn't have access to components or advanced components anymore, and the game eventually whittled us down. So we've certainly improved our production a great deal. We do need to research the deep drill technology in the very near future. A few other things I'm also working on that we'll also want. But yeah, we got a lot of research done last RimWorld stream, which is great. We're really teching up. At the very end of the last stream, we actually got raided several times, which was unpleasant. In particular, we were attacked by two different mechanoid clusters, which happened to overlap. So we had them both on the map at the same time. And I managed to solve that by rushing the steel mortar tech. And we managed to buy a bunch of mortar shells, which we're actually very low on now. But that saved the day. That meant that we were able to actually defeat the mechs, who otherwise very probably may have ended up taking out the colony. Wow, I suppose I'm slightly exaggerating. The thing about that mechanoid cluster was that it only had turrets. It had no mobile mechanoids, so I suppose it wouldn't have taken out the colony very easily, but the trouble was we were hemmed into our own base. I ended up creating a little pathway out this way, as you can see, temporarily. But we still had people getting hurt every now and again when they would just path into the range of the turrets, despite my very best efforts to have them not do that. Anyway, we survived, one way or another. So priorities right now, I would suggest, is obviously carry on with the research. Obviously move towards deep drilling, which is going to be very important. Since that's how we will be able to guarantee having access to resources in the long term. The only other thing is we're going to have to make security a priority. We are getting raided more and by more and more impressive forces, and the simple fact of the matter is sooner or later our current defences are not going to be adequate. We've already seen some foreshadowing of that with the two mech clusters. As soon as we were forced to take the fight to them, we couldn't just sit in the base. Suddenly, we were in a very bad place. Let's put it that way. Let's make sure we harvest some more wood. Incidentally, how do we make high explosive shells? Because we probably want to make sure we have... Oh, we can make flak armor now. We definitely want to do that. Make high explosive shell. Right, what do the high explosive shells need? Steel and chem fuel. We don't currently have the means to acquire chem fuel, I don't think. How do we get chem fuel? Isn't there like a chem fuel synthesizer somewhere? Let me check. Oops. It would help if I spelt it correctly, wouldn't it? Right, a chem fuel power generator is something different. You know, I'm not seeing it there. How do we make chem fuel, or do we just have to buy it? It seems like something we should be able to make. I'm going to look this one up, I guess. If I head onto the wiki quickly. Chem fuel is a resource used to craft explosive weapons and ammunition, as well as fuel the chem fuel powered generator and pod launchers. If chem fuel catches fire, it will spark briefly before exploding in a fireball. In spite of the description, it is in no way necessary for neither the construction nor fueling of your ship. Biofuel refineries can be worked by crafters to turn organic matter into chem fuel via two bills. Make chem fuel from wood, make chem fuel from raw food. Okay, so it's a biofuel refinery that we need. Where's that? I feel like I had this recollection that it was really early tech that we just skipped over. Certainly, unless we began with it, there it is. I very much doubt I'd have researched it. Right, so if we want high explosive shells, that's what we're going to need. Let's also put in some orders for flak armor and stuff. Actually, no. We definitely want to move towards flak armor. I'll tell you exactly why we're not going to make it yet, and that's because we don't have the deep drilling up, so we have finite resources. I don't want to completely exhaust our resources building stuff which we don't need desperately right now. Right, how happy is everybody? Right, no artificial enhancement. That'll be coming. 8 without a table. That's not my fault. I've made sure you have tables available. Even a table in the kitchen now. Oh, to be fair, that table is full. Recreation unfulfilled. More variation in recreation. You've got a billiards table, a poker table. You've got the sound system here for holding parties. You've got the horseshoe pin. I feel like you've got quite a lot of recreation available to you. I do intend to buy a TV at some point for them to enjoy, like one of the really big mega screens that I don't think we can build. Let me check. I believe it's called like a mega screen or something like that. Could that be on the wiki? Mega screen television, that'll be the one. A mega screen television is a recreation item that provides television watching recreation to colonists in an area in front of it. It is functionally similar to the other types of television. Acquisition. Mega screen televisions cannot be constructed. Instead, it can only be bought from traders or found in ancient shrines. So they have ancient shrines with televisions in. Forgive me for being so realistic. Assuming they are happier after you buy a TV, will they become more productive afterwards? I don't think they'll become more productive per se. They'll become happier. And if they're happier, that means that they're less likely to have a mental breakdown. Oh, she married, and she married recently. I mean, I remember she married sheep, but apparently that was quite recently. That's why she's so happy. But yeah, and if the colonists have a mental break, then that tends to be bad for everyone concerned. So, although it won't directly make them more productive, it will prevent bad things from happening that would make them and potentially others less productive. Want neural supercharge. We're not really equipped to do that yet. We'd need a much more substantial power supply, I think. We'd also need more resources. Again, like resources, as I keep saying, we really need to get into that deep drilling soon. Recreation deprived. You really want more. They really do want more variation in recreation, don't they? They have the most recreation available right now that they've ever had. Hungry. That should solve itself. Drowsy. I mean, they should just go to sleep. I don't know why they wouldn't. I don't remember. I may have had them up for long hours. Because Penelope's the doctor, I may have had them up long hours treating people. Want neural supercharge, no artificial enhancement. Hungry, want neural supercharge, minor pain. That's probably from the scar, I'm guessing. Yes. Oh, you lost some fingers. Less than ideal. Where are we looking? Here. Constraining clothes. Oh yeah, that's the nudist. Ravenously hungry and tired. Again, they should solve themselves. Want neural supercharge, unsightly environment. Uncomfortable. I've been kind of uncomfortable recently. We need to get something soft to sit on around here. We've got a whole bank of settees here. Vikinger. Want neural supercharge, minor pain, 8 without a table, no artificial enhancement, disturbed sleep, etc. What else do we have? Much of the same. Insulted, but much of the same. It seems like getting neural supercharging up would be the thing that would make them happiest in the shortest space of time. The trouble is, I seem to remember that they're expensive. I also do want to get the hospital up and running. I'm building a hospital over here. Currently, I'm draining the swampy ground. But that's going to take a while, unfortunately. I should probably build a copy of this. I feel like this is going to take long enough that we probably want another one of these. Yeah. This is just a moisture pump. It's trying to get rid of... it's trying to solve the problem of the ground being too swampy to support proper structures being built on them, and that's what's preventing me from finishing this hospital right now. Right, neural supercharging. Where's that? It's around here somewhere. Rocket swarm launcher. Goodness. Specialized limbs is probably something we want to work towards. As well as autocannons. Where's neural supercharging? I must be being blind. Where is it? There it is. Construct neural supercharger devices. Neural superchargers improve consciousness and learning rate, but they also increase hunger, and the effect must be refreshed daily. Transhumanists often hold neural supercharging as an important practice. See, that's the thing, they have to do it daily, and I'm pretty sure each neural supercharger takes a lot of electricity to do the actual supercharging. Yeah, power consumption 400 watts, and will only work once a day. A neuron-sensitive device that can deliver 1 neural supercharge each day. A person with a neural supercharge will think and learn faster, but they also consume more food. The effect wears off in 1 day. Neural superchargers consume a lot of electricity. Yeah, this is the problem. And we're going to want at least 1 for each colonist. It's going to be a lot of power. How many colonists do we have now? 10? 10. So we'd need 500 steel, 40 components. Each day we'd be using up another 4,000 watts. Oh no, wait, that's going to be ongoing power consumption, isn't it? Do we even have that much excess in the grid? No. So we'd also need to improve our energy generation. How would we even go about that? Like, obviously I could just build more wind gens or something like that, but that's not a great way to go about it. I'd probably want to find another... What's it called? Geothermal spot, if possible. That may be a little ambitious. I'm sure there will be another one on the map, like that one. Right, there's one there. There's one here. There's one here. Right, that's the next closest to the base. So I'd have to secure over here, realistically. Poor hen. It's not that I couldn't, it's just... It's going to be hard for us to defend this if we're under siege, is all I'm getting at. Are there any other generators available to us? Can we, like, make a nuclear generator or something? Doesn't look like it. To be fair, that's probably a good thing. I don't fancy dealing with nuclear fallout, particularly. Hello, Sal. It's a pleasure to see you again. How are you? So yeah, if I was going to build these Neuro Superchargers, I would probably want to set up another geothermal spot there. And I could certainly wire it to the base, but I don't fancy my chances of keeping it defended if we're raided. Not at the moment. In the future, I may be able to set up enough turrets and stuff around it that realistically it would be defended, but that's not right now. Sorry to hear that. Still, the rain's not all bad. I'm sure the plants are enjoying it. Are you alright in yourself, if you don't mind my asking? I've forgotten if we still need to keep this up or not. We built this as part of a quest, and I don't remember if that's over yet or not. Excellent. The other thing I would need if I was trying to make sure they all have their own personal Neuro Supercharger, I'd need plenty of steel. Yeah, we have nothing like enough steel right now. And what was the other one? Components. We can build components, but I'd want to build more, an even larger stock of components if that were the case. We could go with 60 for now. I know I'd only need 40 to build them, but I wouldn't want us to go down to 0 components. That would be bad. I'd probably also want to hollow out an area to actually put the Neuro Supercharger. Another thing, if we're going to have Min advance through the feudal ranks, she's going to need a throne room. I should probably look up the throne room requirements now, because I'm guessing there's probably a minimum room size for each rank. And so I may as well find out what the largest throne room is and make sure I leave enough space. So, grand throne room, space 80. I assume that's 80 tiles. So that's what, 10 by 8? All fine floored. Has a piano. Oh, that's interesting. So for as you advance through the different ranks, they expect successively more advanced instruments, going from the harp to the harpsichord to the piano. I mean, you could have a piano from the start, but that's interesting. Okay. See, I was thinking of possibly putting the throne room down here. It's a bit out of the way, but where else am I going to put it? Plus, we could always build a hallway down this way to a little, yeah, a hallway. That is the word I'm looking for, isn't it? Just a hallway down here to connect it all up. Because I'm also thinking we'll probably want a neural supercharger room. I don't know how big a neural supercharger is. In fact, since I have the wiki up, why don't I check? You've joined me, Cell, as I'm doing all my preliminary planning before actually starting time again. Everyone's unhappy because they're not being neural supercharged. About one tile longer than a bed. Looks like you may be right. The neural supercharger is a miscellaneous building added by the Ideology DLC. It allows pawns to supercharge their brain once per day at the cost of consuming power and the pawn consuming extra food. Okay, but they don't sleep in it, I assume. It doesn't say it's a bed. So, yeah, we would just be looking for a room to put 10 of these in, I guess. Yeah, 1 by 3. You are correct. So I'd also need to find room for that. Up here wouldn't be a bad place, actually. Once we have the hospital built... The only problem with that is that means that at the beginning of every day they're going to come out of their bedrooms. They're then going to... Why does this room not have a bed? Presumably I packed it away at some point. I don't remember why. Do we have a bed in storage? I have some sandstone beds, it would seem. Oh, those beds, of course, but those aren't in storage. Those are there for prisoners. Huh, I'll just build another bed. I've completely forgotten why there's no bed in that room. No idea at all. It was merely a comparison in size. Oh yes, I do follow. It's just that not having built a neural supercharger, if ever, then in a very long time, I wasn't 100% sure how they worked. They might have worked a bit like a sleep accelerator, but that doesn't appear to be the case. Perhaps someone smashed it in a tantrum. That is a very good theory. That's... Now that you say that, I think that probably is what happened. Although if that did happen, I should have these settings on that would mean they'd automatically rebuild it. Wherever that is. Yeah, so maybe that I do have it. Toggle automatic rebuild of destroyed structures in the home area. So perhaps that wasn't it. So if I were building the throne room here, where would I want the neural supercharger room to be? Maybe down here? See, what I'm thinking is, I want them to have the shortest path from their beds to a neural supercharge to work. I mean, actually, most of them do have bedrooms that are large enough that they could fit a neurosupercharger in. Perhaps that's a solution? It's only Min and Sheet that don't have the space. Yeah. Yeah, that probably makes the most sense thinking about it. Frankly, I could probably... What would I do? I'm thinking about maybe... I'm considering the option of expanding their bedroom a bit. I deliberately left these spaces here so that I could build hallways. I wonder though. I wonder if I'd be better off... Presumably I could have a neural supercharger in the throne room. I wonder if I could combine the two rooms together and then just have a shortcut so that Min could very easily get to... Min and Sheik could very easily get to a neural supercharger in the throne room. That's probably the best way to go. Oh well, we'll figure it out. In any case, I am going to want to make sure that the throne room starts to be built. So what was it, 10 by 8? So that's that. Okie doke. Perhaps I can have a double door. Right, I think we're ready to start time again. Yep. I'm a little worried I'm perhaps putting defense off too much. Because, as I said at the beginning, we know that the raiding is becoming much more frequent and much tougher. I notice stuff isn't getting replanted. Is there a good reason for that? Oh wow, Gasp has been very quick. Has been very productive, haven't they? Ooh, is that 8 by 10 going to be large enough that we have to worry about collapsing ceilings? I've got a feeling it won't, but I don't know. Well, that's another question for the wiki. I suppose I want to look up wall, since what I actually want to know is how far away from a wall does it prevent collapse. Walls can also support roofing up to 6 tiles away in all directions. Okay, we're good. Right, still no replanting. No research being done either. What's our researcher doing? Pruning Gorellan tree, that's okay. We want her to maintain a connection with the Gorellan tree, since that's where we're getting our one dryad from, because apparently the connection's fallen so low we only have one dryad left. Right, she's off to bed. Right, okay, let me check their priorities. Why is the growing not getting done? Ah, probably because I told them to chop down some trees and that took high priority. But if that is what happened, why are the trees not cut down? Ah, another thing. I'm not sure... Yeah, I never told them that they could go where they want after the raids at the end of last stream, so we'll do that in a second. That'll be why the trees weren't being cut down, but that still raises the question as to why the fields weren't being replanted. Deep drilling. Let's get that deep drilling underway. We're going to need that, going forwards. That's so important. For those that don't know, it's deep drilling. When you enter a RimWorld settlement area for the first time, when you first begin your game, when you first see the map, there's going to be some resources that have automatically generated for you, but they are of course finite. Deep drilling is a way to be able to acquire the raw resources you need. Here's some resources. This is compacted steel. It's a way to be able to keep getting more of the raw resources, steel, gold, plasteel, that type of thing, on an ongoing basis. It requires the deep drilling tech, which is quite advanced tech, and there's like ongoing costs in terms of having someone operating the special scanner that goes with it. Yeah, the ground penetrating scanner, which is technically a different tech, but still. Oh dear. Let me just quickly expand their home zone so they actually deal with this fire before it gets out of hand. But that's what we need to move towards, because we are starting to become quite resource poor, because I've used up most of the readily available resources in the area. Let me just reduce their home zone area back to roughly what it was before. Excellent. Could you get some aggro hands if nobody's doing planting and cutting? Oh, could get some aggro hands. Ooh, is that the mechanoid thingamabobs? That's a pretty good idea. Let me quickly check something. I keep forgetting to do this. So it's Hermine, Vikinger, Gasp and Debbie who are set to grow. Tomorrow I will check what they're actually doing, because it may just be a I need to tweak their priorities type situation. Or it may be they're doing something that is genuinely more important. Yes, mechanobobs. I don't think I have the machine needed to make more yet. Why would that be under? Is it biotech? No. Because it's not bio, it's just tech. Oh, it is under biotech. A mech gestator, that's the thing I'd need to build. A tank of mechanite-rich fluid with support tubes for feeding in materials and nutrients. Mechanators can use it to produce new mechanoids or to resurrect dead mechanoids. The basic type of mech gestator is only capable of generating lightweight mechs. Right. So that's what I'd have to build. Oh, mustn't forget, what are they actually doing? Hermine, you're harvesting a tree. Good. You're building a wooden spike trap. I do want that stuff built. I temporarily created a path out of my base here after a bunch of mechanoids camped at the main entrance. It was just like a series of turrets with no actual mobile mechanoids, and I couldn't leave my base for a long time. So I built I built another exit, which I've since filled in, and I was putting these traps here, and I will have them finish building the traps here, just because if I ever have to build another, if I ever have to reinstate the second exit to the base, I'll want those there. Who else is doing what? Was it Gasp and Debbie? Digging at compacted steel, hauling wood. Yeah, to be honest, it does sound like they're largely doing stuff that's more important. Are any of the ruins placed around the map made from steel? That could help a bit. Interesting question. This one certainly isn't. Oh, incidentally, I turned the... Yes, I'd love a component. Or several. I turned the ancient ruin that I found all the cryptosleep sarcophagi in. I turned that into just a storage area for toxic waste packs. I think the ancients would be satisfied with that outcome. I forgot I asked them to mine this vein out. Well, that should solve the steel problem for the near future. Right, ruins. This is still going. Ah, did I never deal with this properly? Is that why you're injured, Hermine? Left lung destroyed. Mini slugger. Death in 14 hours. Okay. Oh dear. I may have made a bit of a error here. That makes sense. I guess we only got round to destroying the mechanoids they sent up and never actually destroyed the cluster. Well, thank goodness these are all transhumanists, because I think Hermine will be very happy to cow 6's miscarried due to starvation. Why are they not being fed? They should be being fed. Do I not have the food? Is that the problem? Because no one's harvesting? Question mark? No, this isn't fully grown. What do I have in storage? A lot of insect-related stuff, it would seem. Maybe I don't have any food for them. Okay. That needs to be dealt with immediately. Temporarily, I will allow them to have meals. Because that's all I have to feed them. And someone that's available. Could you haul some meals over for them? I think the game has to run a second for it to update. Right, Hermine's gonna live. What was I saying? I think Hermine will be happy with an artificial lung. I assume we can build those. That is a thing. In fact, we might have the tech for it already, thinking about it. The hospital isn't ready, mind you. Oh, prosthetic heart, not a prosthetic lung. Please don't tell me that lungs can't be replaced. That would be a shame. But there are also the floors. Those contain steel too. A detoxifier lung? That might be the only thing I can actually build. The only, like, replacement organ. That's fine though, they can have an improved lung. An advanced artificial lung that uses microfilters to reduce the intake of environmental toxins, allowing the user to survive longer in polluted environments. Additionally, it negates the irritation of acid smog and prevents lung rot in the lung. There's a bionic tier lung too. Arm, ear, eye, heart, jaw, leg, spine, stomach, tongue. Not seeing it. This is the only one that's showing up. Let me change all their movement areas back to away from turrets. Because the away from turrets one should... Yeah, it doesn't include that area down there. Good. How am I going to deal with them? The only real means I have to do it is via the mortars. But I only have 9 mortar shells left. Right. Well, in the morning we'll deal with that. No, wait, I'm mistaking it for the architect one. Never mind. Smoke launchers, that's an interesting idea. Do I need to research that? It doesn't say I need to. Oh, I could make a smoke shell. And I assume elsewhere there's a smoke launcher, as you say. Let me change the tech we're researching quickly so we can get that lung sooner. How does how is deswampifying the soon-to-be hospital going? It's going okay. Right. Oh, quest completed. You've successfully completed a huge construction. That'll be this one, I'm pretty sure. So this can be knocked down now if needed. You did point out about the floors. I don't know how I... Oh, wait. Yeah, I'm not sure. How do I check what the floor's made of? I don't know. Would it show up if I search steel? No. I don't think that's steel. It looks more like stone to me, but I can't be sure. I don't know where any other ruins are, to be honest with you. If there are any more. Gunsmithing gives the launcher. Okay. Do we have gunsmithing? We almost certainly do. Yeah, we do. So then we'd build it in a machining table, maybe? Smoke launcher. Make a smoke launcher. Do I need special ammo for it? A wide-barreled smoke shell launcher. The shell will upon impact release a cloud of smoke, obscuring incoming shots and preventing turrets from locking on. It doesn't say so. Okay, let's make sure that one of those is high on the list of things to make. And may I say, that's a very good idea. Keeping a close eye on where they're going, because they shouldn't in theory get too close to the mechanoid cluster, but that doesn't mean they won't. A group of poor travellers are approaching looking for help. They are begging for 27 penoxylin. They want penoxylin so they can travel safely while looking for a new place to call home. You can give items to the travellers by selecting a colonist and right-clicking on black. The travellers will move on after one day. These travellers are not part of any faction. If you wish, you can choose to kill, arrest, sell, or harvest them without diplomatic consequences. Do I even have that much? I'm not sure I do. No, I don't. It was 37 they wanted, wasn't it? Or was it 27? Oh, it was 27, so I could just about afford it. I seem to remember that's good stuff, though. Oh, must be taken before an infection. Okay, then yeah, they can have it. Any concrete floors would contain steel. Floors may be immune to the search though. Oh, I can see down there in the bottom left. Steel tile. Ah, concrete, steel tile. So yeah, I could pull this apart. I'm not that desperate yet, but that's good to know. I mean, look at all this steel. But yes, that's a very good point. Something worth remembering for the future. Now, who were our best at shooting? Levi, Sheet, Comrade. Was that it? I thought there was 3 of them. Sorry, 4 of them, not 3. Levi, Sheet, Conrad. I suppose Gasp. Although Gasp's not as good as I remember. They lost a hand. Could that have made them worse at shooting? Probably not. It shouldn't have reduced their skill. Oh well, it is what it is. They appear to be the best that we have. So, Levi and Sheet. You two are drafted. I'd like you to man these 2 steel mortars. We may as well use our remaining shells for this. What sort of shield does that mech cluster have? Good point. If it's a high shield, we have a problem. Low shield. Blimey. Well, that was a bit of a mess. I wish they'd take this one out. They've only got 9 shots, I believe. Sorry, Penelope, I forgot to undraft you. Did the animals get food in the end? Yes, they're eating meat, but they did get food. I rather need this attended to at this point. What are they doing? Well, you're injured, that's fair enough. Digging at compacted steel. Hauling. Yeah, I see the problem. We're out of mortar shells, that's all we could do. Oh well, it's an improvement. Didn't quite do what I'd hoped though. What's wrong, Gasp? Hideous environment. Well, you'll be out of here soon. Where's that little mechanoid? Charging. A little R2 cell too. Yeah, the low shield's still up, unfortunately. That's going to make life more difficult. trying to think what the best direction of approach would be under the circumstances. It's going to be this turret that's going to be the problem, isn't it? Mine is fully healed. Wow, they're still missing a lung. Oh well, we're not under immediate pressure to do anything, are we? Not like the turrets can grow legs. Yeah, as long as they actually obey the instructions to stay away from them, they should be fine. Actually, that's a good point. I need to massively expand that area, don't I? Or rather, massively reduce that area. Where is clear allowed area away from turrets? Don't go near any of that, please. There we go, they should be fine now. I do feel bad for poor Hermine. Losing a lung just because of my carelessness. Damien Olimossos, High Stalak of the Dominion of Restore, is facing repeated infestations at sites near L. If you want to draw the infestation to you, this will provoke an infestation of 2 hives. I remember this one. Wasn't the problem that they had nothing else particularly interested in? Like, the side trainers were interesting-ish, but I didn't really need them. And the rest of the stuff I just don't need. This brain implant projects the user's mood in a spherical psychic field, forcing others nearby to feel a blurred, simplified version of their emotions. It can be a powerful tool to keep morale high, but if the user becomes unhappy, it can lead to collective disaster. Interesting. But again, I mean, we don't need any of that stuff right now. And I don't really want to put more pressure on the colony right now. What's wrong, Conrad? Yeah, not a lot I can do about most of that. We are slowly working towards getting you a neural supercharge, but that's not high on the list right now. Right, now they've mined all that out, hopefully they will actually attend to the field. Unfortunately, they don't seem to be. Why not? Oh, was there more? I also told them to dig over here. I forgot. This is fine. Maybe I do just build that agricultural mech. That would just be the wisest course of action, wouldn't it? Then I don't have to worry about it. Well, was it biotech? Mech gestator. Goodness knows where I'm going to find room to put one of these, though. Technically, there's room in here. Although it's not a very obvious room to put it. This is the most obvious place to put it. I could get rid of the monument now, that's true. Let me just double check. That wasn't from a different quest. Yeah, we're good. So this can all be torn down. There's not a faster way for me to do this, is there? Right, deconstruct. 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 That was a very good call, thank you. Oh, the deconstruct tool and the orders would have been the fastest way, you're right. Gasp is a major break risk. Hideous environment. Where are you? Are you still digging? Ravenously hungry. Well, finish what you're doing and get something to eat. Oh, blimey. We've actually filled up our storage here. Our steel storage. Which is nice in a way. That was an odd noise. That sounded like an animal dying. Oh! A snake killed a rat. Well, there you go. Is that going to be enough storage? Probably not quite. All this smoothed stone that's going to have to be smoothed again. Oh well. Are the animals out of food again? That's worrying. Does that mean we're out of food? Alright. If that's the case, I'm putting my foot down. You are going to do the plant cutting. Got to start putting the steel on shelves at this point. That's a fair point. I could. And I think I will. I'll have them smooth this and then put a bunch of shelves in. The funny thing is, this steel's going to disappear in no time. I swear, if they don't start cutting this field tomorrow... Oh, is it cutting or is it growing to harvest? I thought it was cutting. It's just occurred to me, maybe it is technically growing. Which would explain a lot. Excellent, we have a mech gestator. So, we need a bill. A bill for a agrihand. How many can our mechanator actually control? Who was our mechanator? Was it Levi? Yes. How many can they control right now? Okay, so there's different bandwidth for different mechs. But it looks like he can control a fair few. Bandwidth 1. So we could have up to 5 agrahands. Let's start with just 2. Basic subcore. How do I get a basic subcore? I have to create it? Does it say where? Created a subcore encoder. What on earth is a subcore encoder? Okay, it's something else I have to build. So be it. And let's make sure they have a little chair. I should probably put a light in here, shouldn't I? It would be a bit rude not to. How close are they to starvation? Okay. We may have run out of meals, but the animals aren't that close to starvation right now. Unfortunately, our colonists will be before long if they don't get on with the managing the fields. Yeah, we have plenty of people that know they need to cook when they can. Right. Are you working the fields? Yes, they're working the fields, so we'll have food. Food for us and for the animals. Thanks to high mood, Min has experienced an inspiration. She'll successfully recruit the next prisoner regardless of difficulty or resistance, as long as they are not unwaveringly loyal. The inspiration will end after 8 days or when the prisoner is recruited. Right, so we need 2 of these subcore thingamabobbies. Looks like it. You seem to be botching a lot of this harvesting. Gasp. You have a high plant skill. Is this just because you've lost a hand? What's wrong, Penelope? Oh, food poisoning. I should make sure those shelves get built as well. Oh well, I can wait till the smoothing's done, I guess. It's the hand. Okay. We'll have to get her an agricultural hand then. One of the specialised limbs. I guess that'll be next on the list once we've got the lung. I had fully intended to convert them all to I'd fully intended to mod all my colonists because they're transhumanists, but I didn't expect it to be quite so urgent. This place is filthy. You lot should be ashamed. Eat your meal, then clean the place. I wonder if there's a mech for cleaning. Like a sort of Roomba mech. That sounded like another little animal being killed. Oh, another rat. Clean sweeper. So would I have a problem if because Levi only can control 2 groups, would I have a problem trying to have a lifter some agra hands and a clean sweeper? Would they? Because I presumably have to combine them into the same group. Perhaps the clean sweeper cleans, but that's just a theory. That's a fair point. I didn't actually check. A light mechanoid designed for cleaning. Lacking a ranged weapon, can only weak melee attack. So it does. Vikinger has got food poisoning from simple meal caused dirty cooking area. Well, they did let it get absolutely filthy in there. Where's the shelving? There. Wait, is that upside down? Is there such a thing as upside down when it comes to shelves? It probably is upside down, but it probably doesn't matter. Well, at least everyone has food, including the animals. That means I can remove meals from the food we'll give to the animals. Gonna have to deal with that sooner or later. So we have the smoke launcher. Thanks to high mood, Hermione has experienced an inspiration. She'll shoot more accurately for the next 8 days. Was Hermione even a one of our soldiers though? No. So they may shoot more accurately than they normally would, but that's not very accurate. Oh, which one's our crafter? Was that Star? Yes, I'll have to have Star get to work in here tomorrow, I guess. So yeah, do you know if I'd have trouble having more than one type of mech in the same group? Because I don't know how groups actually work. Oh, work autonomously according to mechanoid type. Automatic go to recharges or uncharge when needed. It doesn't sound like it. Sounds like I could build a clean sweeper as well. How much bandwidth? That's alright. Oh, cannot work on subcore, not a mechanator. I see. Where's Levi? Your crafting's not great, but so be it. How's the hospital coming along? The elephant's just been through and messed it, made it very muddy. Oh well. Oh, that reminds me. Where's the biosculpting tech? It's a biosculpting pod. Made basic subcore. Excellent. Was that Levi? I'll have to put Levi's willingness to craft up. At least temporarily. I see they've decided that these shelves are for everything, which hadn't been my original intention at all. Right, all that steel's been mined as well. So the next steel we get will probably be from deep drilling. Ah, look at little R2 Cell 2 go. What's Levi up to? Cutting stone blocks from chunk. No, I'd really rather you... Oh, have you done all the subcores? Oh wow, that was fast. Okay. Could you get to work on the gestator, please? Fantastic. So... how does this work? Does it work like any other job? No. We just wait, 2.3 days. Oh, it looks like you can actually see them there. Being gestated. I suppose I should probably order this whole area smoothed. This is definitely how I want it to be. I don't see why not. So, smooth. Ah, that's a problem. There's compacted steel there. I guess we are getting more steel. Thanks to High Mood, Sheet has experienced an inspiration. He will move faster for the next 8 days. Wonderful. Actually, hang on, cancel. We'll probably put a floor in there. In fact, you know what? That's a fair point. We should be, if this is going to be a throne room, we should actually be thinking about what we want the walls and floor to be made out of a little more. Excellent. So we can build the lung. It was going to be specialised limbs I was looking for next, wasn't it? I can't make that next. Why? Your faction tech level is industrial, but this project's tech level is spacer. Research speed will be multiplied by 100%. Why would our tech level be industrial? We have loads of high-end tech. So is he skipping instead of walking? Must be. Is being depressed the normal state for the people you control? Yeah, figures. Spring is in his step, yep. I mean, their mood tends to go up and down, depending upon how able I am to meet their requirements at that exact time. Why is it logged? Oh, insufficient tech prints. I need a tech print for this. That's annoying. Okay, I guess it will just be a regular arm they get then. Right, so I want a new lung. Do I make that here or do I make that here? Ah, this is where we make the nice bionic parts. So we need a bionic arm if it's going to be a regular arm. Let's get the lung done first. And then we'll worry about other things later. I watched a stream today who encapsulates my feelings when I played Replicant. Can I post a link from Twitch, a clip? Yeah, sure, go ahead. Nier Automata is the other game that I've been streaming recently. And Nier Replicant is the previous game in the same series, which Entor's been telling me is not a very good game. It's very tedious. I see. I'll share this clip for everyone then. How am I going to do that? That will need to be... what is the best way for me to do this actually? Probably that. So who's this streamer? Crosswave 2099. Just bear with me 1 second. Sorry, this is being more fiddly than I thought it would be. Right, window... maximize. Right, now I should be able to share this. Studio mode in OBS, browser scene. Tell it where to capture from. Excellent. So this is a clip from Crosswave 2099, who I have no affiliation with. Oh wait, you're not going to have sound, are you? Hold on. Let me sort that out for you. There we go. And in theory, that should mean you'll have sound.
I need 10 medicinal herbs, 10 bags of wheat, and...
Oh, please let me get it. At my expense.
So that was just the clip. Let me transition back. There we go. So, very tedious game, reportedly. Maybe I misjudged it. I thought you were playing a dashing young lad trying to save his sister. Turns out you're a charity. Sounds more like an errand boy. I mean, I played MMORPGs with grind. Lost Ark, World of Warcraft. Replicant broke something in me. Most streamers can't do 100% quests because it's too annoying. To be fair though, although I'm sure you're right about Replicant being very tedious, the clip you just showed us, that's pretty typical for almost any RPG. You know, just the fact that the NPCs in the world will ask you to do the most menial tasks imaginable just out of the blue, and well, you have to do it. At least if you want to complete the entirety of the game, you do. Oh, did I not select? Let's carry on with deep drilling. But the things you're supposed to get, you can buy. That's a fair point, actually. And it's more expensive than weapons. So this is a world where weapons cost less than medicine, is it? To be fair, that probably is actually true. Because it's not hard to... It depends what the weapon is, obviously. But it's not very difficult to build a very simple weapon. Just like... a sturdy enough stick could be a deadly weapon. I mean, as a whole, what he asked for is more expensive. Right, what am I going to build the walls out of if this is going to be a throne room? What can I build the walls out of? Hang on. Let's go back to the wiki quickly. And I'll need to find the relevant page again. There we go, that's the throne room page. Okay, I don't know why the browser disappeared, but let me bring that back. There it is. So it did say, didn't it? All fine floored. Okay, it doesn't actually say the walls have to be anything in particular. I don't think, unless that's over here. 6 columns. So what's a fine floor? Gold tile, silver tile, hex carpet, hex tile. Okay, hex tile isn't hard. I was gonna say, all gold, I mean, that's asking quite a lot. But we can do hex tiles. Maybe I would get away with just smoothing the walls then. I mean, I'm gonna have to... That wall doesn't exist anymore. So, we're not gonna get away with just smoothing that. Why is Conrad and... why are Conrad and Debbie hurt? Did they get into a social fight? Conrad encouraged a new response from Tortoise 1. Okay. Debbie called Conrad a ram. This drove Conrad into a rage and he began to fight. Oh dear. The social fight that I thought was most noteworthy, I've forgotten who it was between, but a stream or two ago we had a social fight where one of the colonists accused the other colonist of having no self-control, and then that colonist, the colonist that was insulted, was so enraged by this that they just started punching them. Why are you a major break risk? Gasp. What's wrong? What can we do? Hideous environment. Want supercharged darkness. Well, just take a break. Okay, you're insisting on working anyway. In which case, I'm going to try and force you to take a break. There, your recreational day. Off you go, have some fun. How's that mech gestating? Requires Levi to complete. If you wouldn't mind, Levi? Elephants, just having a quick look at the machinator. Excellent, we have an agrahand. What are we going to name this agrahand? What do we think, chat? So this is a robot whose primary purpose is farming. And we're going to have 2 of them in the end. Assuming nothing happens that prevents me from building the other one. I can't imagine it would. Hex tiles are very expensive. I think fine stone flooring is a bit cheaper. True, but it's expensive. Tractor. I think it's expensive in terms of steel, isn't it? And we're not short of steel right now. I know. End tractor. That's going to be 80 times 12. So that's going to be 960. Yeah, we're fine. We've got that easily. I assume they are actually quite beautiful. 3 beauty? Is that high beauty for flooring? Out of curiosity, if I wanted to make... Wait, can I not... How do I change the material? I just want to compare. Maybe I don't have any other materials? No, that can't be right. Well, I can compare it to fine granite, for example. What would that be? 3 beauty, so the same. Shouldn't I be able to make, like... I'd have thought I should be able to make a tile of gold flooring, shouldn't I? Just so I can see what its stats would be. Oh, that'd be here. Ahaha! Beauty 11. And if I wanted to use silver? Beauty 4. So hex is definitely worse. It's interesting that the fine granite is almost as... Sorry, it has the same beauty value as the hex tile. Out of curiosity, how much granite do we have left? I'm guessing not loads. Yeah, I think under the circumstances we probably want the hex tile. That's probably the best compromise for right now. As for the wall, I guess we'll just go with the normal granite, combined with smoothing the rock that's already there. What type of rock is this? It's sandstone. So I suppose if I want it to be consistent, it should be sandstone walls. Where do I go to make that? That's here, isn't it? Sandstone. Sandstone walls, please. And then we want to order some smoothing. Order all this smoothed. Right, so that should be the... Oh, hang on. Let's add a bit of floor. Here, for where the doors would be. Space being smoothed. Oh, okay. Cancel the smoothing then. Floor. Hex tile. There we go. So, that should be a throne room underway. Got any marble? I probably do have some marble, actually. I don't know how much. I have about just under 600 marble. Why, were you thinking fine marble flooring? That's still only beauty 3. So it's no better than the hex tile. And obviously I have less marble right now. I do know what you mean though, because even though it takes less steel than it would take stone, on the other hand, granite, sandstone, marble, that's all very abundant. Whereas I'm not going to get the that 1000 steel back easily. Alright, if I did want more marble, where would I have to go? So this is all marble, is it? Yeah, I guess I could just mine a bunch of that out, couldn't I? Do you know what? You've convinced me. Let's go with the marble instead. It does make more sense. Obviously we don't have enough marble yet, but hopefully we will do. Oh well, thought it would improve the fine tile beauty because it does give a beautiful bonus on normal stone floors and walls. Conrad, what's wrong? Depressive, ravenously hungry. If you're ravenously hungry, go get yourself something to eat, my friend. Food binge. Star is picking out on food. This happened because of poor mood. The final straw was hungry. I mean, okay. That seems reasonable. Blimey. This room's completely full of steel, and so we've had to start putting steel out here as well. Do the animals have food? Why do the animals not have food? Are they starving? They're not starving, to be fair. Alright, just keep an eye on that one, I guess. How's that artificial lung coming along? It isn't yet. Okay. Why not? Because Star is on a food binge. That'll be why. Just need to wait for that to sort itself out. So it'll be a few more days before we can finally finish building the hospital. I was going to look up how big the Biosculptor was, wasn't I? But I never got round to it. Quite big. Oh no. Big-ish. Not really, really big. I wonder where I should put that, because I'm going to want to have shelves in here. I'm going to want to have... I'm going to want to have hospital beds in the centre. Obviously we need room for the biosculpting pod. What else am I going to want? I'm going to want a vitals monitor. Oh well, once the floor's sorted we can start planning in more detail. Very nice floor. We're going to want more of that marble, aren't we? Hang on. Am I going to run into collapsing problems here? Oh, did we hit? We hit compacted components. Well, hey. I'm going to want to build a wall here, aren't I? To make sure nothing falls on anyone's head. Blimey. I should probably have them actually deal with that. Because I don't want the entire forest next to our home being destroyed. Conrad is on an insulting spree. He'll wander around randomly insulting others. This happened because of poor mood. The final straw was depressive. Something that I have absolutely no control over. Alright, everybody. Could you deal with this fire before it becomes more of a problem? Draft, undraft. No? Oh, think I know why they're not doing that. That's why. We had a mechanoid cluster here and I never added that area back into the area they're allowed to go to. Let's do that now. There we go. Technically a joy wire would solve that. That's a good point. That's a very good point. Would it actually solve it though, or would it just mask it? Like, would he lose the depressive trait, or would he just be happier anyway? Good, they should have stopped the forest from burning down now. Well, technically it's a jungle. How are we doing for wood? So-so. Oh my goodness. Our best fighter. Really, Conrad? If you're back up, then I'd like you to pick up the weapon again, please. It gives a plus 30 mood, so it would mask it. I was wondering if I could use gene editing to... do I really want to give the... give a heavy SMG to the man that's about to break? Sure. Could use gene edits as well. Do you know what? I've changed my mind. Would you terribly mind dropping that heavy SMG, please? I'll give it back to you when you're feeling a little better, Levi. Do I have access to gene editing? Yes. An automatic surgery machine that can extract a person's genes and create a gene pack from them. The extracted genes will be randomly selected from the person's xenogenes and germline genes. You can force someone onto the machine, but they won't lie. What on earth was it going to say? But they won't like it. Extracting a person's genes while their genes are currently regrowing will kill them. Interesting. Otherwise, gene extraction causes no lasting harm. Genes that require archite capsules are too complex to be extracted. So I can't choose the gene that's been removed, and they'll regrow anyway? How would I permanently remove a gene then? I thought that was something you could do, but I've never experimented with it myself. That can be deconstructed now. How's Levi doing? I mean, about as well as could be expected, which is not very well. We haven't had a trader in ages, have we? I was hoping to buy some more, what's it called? Heavier, some of the shells for the mortar. Levi's spirit is broken. As a result, he was forced to question everything. Levi's certainty with his belief in mankind has been reduced to 50%. To come to terms with his belief, Levi is now hiding in his room. This happened because of poor mood. The final straw was intense pain. That's a shame, because if we could get you some psychic tea, that would actually reduce the pain quite a bit. Okay, yeah, your belief's gone down to 50%, but that'll work its way back up. That's not a problem. But it did occur to me something that we could do that I haven't been doing. Where's our? Is it Min? Is she our cleric? Yes. She can counsel someone. Offer counsel to a person to cancel the effect of a sad memory. The chance of success depends on the speaker's social skills and their relationship with the listener. I haven't tried this before, but in theory, cannot use counsel. Levi is mentally broken. Okay, I should have done that earlier then. What I was going to say is that in theory, we might be able to counteract the effects of being insulted like that. Oh, do you not have a door? Let me correct that. Drugs. The cure for all ailments. Well, very specific drugs. By installing a new set of genes on them made from those genes. So do you mean like an incompatible gene? Like if I had some sort of optimist gene? Do I have an optimist gene available? I think I might. Where would it be? It'd be under trades? Oh, the ground penetrating scan has been complete. That's good. We'll get that built fairly soon. I would like a vitals monitor. Incidentally, what do I have to do to have this game consider me to be at space attack? Where was it? It was specialized limbs, wasn't it, that I couldn't make? Which I'm being completely blind to. Yeah, your tech level is industrial. I don't know why it's considered to be industrial. Yeah, next to eugenics. Totally not morally questionable. It's not about reproduction here. But they can reproduce, can't they? Yeah, I don't... It looks like I don't have access to any Optimist genes. So I'm not entirely sure how I'd do that. What does the gene processor do? Genetic analysis and processing system. Placed near a gene assembler, it increases the maximum genetic complexity of the xenogerms you can create. So I need a gene assembler, do I? A workbench for creating implantable xenogerms from gene packs stored in nearby gene banks. Gene packs are not consumed in the process and can be reused. Trading or kidnapping anyone with those genes. Gotcha. So did I understand correctly that I would need to... Oh, one of our Gorellan trees died. I only just realised because we've had another Gorellan tree sprout. Or another Gorellan seed. A Gorellan pod sprout. Levi's still hiding in his room. Which is fine. He'll slowly recover. She just fed him while he was sleeping. And he never woke up. Oh, sorry. Do I understand correctly that I would need to find a gene that's incompatible with being depressive and then implant that in him to get rid of the depressive trait? That I can't... There's no mechanism for me to permanently remove depressive directly. I can't, like, give him an antidepressive gene, as it were. Yes, essentially. Right. So I'd have to get a hold of an Optimist gene or something like that. Alright, that's definitely something we'll want to do at some point. But I am coming round to the idea that just a joy wire may be quicker. I need to build a ground penetrating scanner, don't I? I don't know if this needs to be indoors or not. I don't think it wants to be indoors, it wants to be outdoors. Which is fine. We'll have it up here then, next to our lead researcher. What was it? I've lost track of it. I decided to move it again. There it is. There. That's where we'll put it. How can I have a chair that's going to be safe outdoors? You said to Pascal that he is to process that all the children were killed instead of erasing his memories. If someone here is depressed, he gets drugs or some Optimist gene. Maybe lobotomize him. That might also do the trick. If these colonists had the capacity to actually manage their own trauma, I would be all for it. The problem is that these colonists aren't able to process their own trauma. Anything that brings their mood down is likely to cause them to have a mental breakdown, which then can cause other colonists to have mental breakdowns. How do you know they can't? Because I've been working with them for how many streams now? Like, how many streams is it now? Am I up to like 20 RimWorld streams, or is it less than that? RimWorld. Oh, this will be stream 13. Try putting a roof over where they sit. That ought to help. That's a very good point. I might also make it a steel chair. I'm sure that won't make it weatherproof on its own, but it may help. Right, is it an order I give to put a roof over the top? I know there is a way I can say you will put a roof here. There. Apparently it's a zoning thing. Excellent. Oh, do we need more marble still? Looks like it. Oh, but they are still mining it out. That's fine then. How's Levi doing? Is he still mentally broken? I don't think he is. And he got catharsis, so he is actually happy now. Oh, it probably helps that the insult debuff wore off as well. Is that our end tractor? Do you know what? I'm actually thinking we maybe don't need another agrihand right now. Looks like the agriculture's well taken care of. Oh yeah, I forgot I told them to automatically slaughter the chicks if there's too many. Huh. I mean, that's the right thing to do, because otherwise we would be just overrun with chickens. But yeah, that was slightly... Given that I'd forgotten, that was slightly alarming for a second. To be honest, I wish they'd just be quicker about harvesting the eggs. Is that a setting I can change? No, I don't think I can tell them to make sure you harvest the eggs sooner so they don't actually hatch into chicks. Which is what I'd like to do. We are a bit low on food, unfortunately. It'll be a few days before we have any more food grown, I think. Oh no, there's going to be some rice done by maybe the end of the day? Okay, we should be okay then, just. How's that lung coming along? Why is that lung not being worked on? Right, it's Star that would normally be doing that. I do appreciate the fact you're cleaning the place, I really do. But I think Hermine needs their new lung. Missing advanced components, right. Why? We have 10 advanced components. Oh, I told them not to touch the advanced components and never removed that. That'll be it. That was back when we were even more strapped for components. Try putting a roof over where they sit. That ought to help. Not over the scanner, though. Oh, not over the scanner. Okay, let me correct that. There we go. Could always grow shrooms in a dark box. Is this for food? Or is this something to do with Levi's temperamental state? A specially treated fungus torch that produces a dim light over a large area. People who prefer dark light work best with this light source. Can be automatically refueled with raw fungus. Okay, that's not what we want. A specially treated wooden torch that produces a dim light over a large area. People who prefer dark light work best with this light source. Can be automatically refueled with wood. Food. I don't think he needs any magic shrooms right now. When you say a dark box, do you just mean any dark area? Is that one of the growing zone options? It probably is. Oh, Nutrifungus. Ah. That's actually a pretty good idea because this whole area here is going unused. I take it still obeys the laws of fertility though? Or does it? Maybe not. Well, the mushrooms need soil, so you can't just grow them anywhere where it's dark. So would it work in here? Is rough sandstone, so no. Ah, right, I'm getting it. Okay. So I'd need a dark area which actually has soil. Where's Levi? Levi, could you get started on the clean sweeper, please? Pope Pontius is pregnant. This throne room's coming along well, isn't it? I'll have to think about what the doors are going to be. I wonder if I could actually afford solid gold doors. I probably could. How much gold do I have? I could. I'm not sure I'd want to though, just because I'm going to need that gold for advanced components. Should probably replace your potatoes with rice in the interim, considering how low the food is. Do you think? I think they'll be alright. Yeah, they are quite low, aren't they? But this is nearly grown. I feel like the potatoes are going to finish growing before the before a whole new batch of rice would have grown. So yeah, looking at the mushroom situation again. I don't really have much more space in my base that I could use, that's the thing. Oh, is this finished? I think this is finished. Let me double check. Sterile tile. Yep. We've done it. We've actually managed to terraform some terrain. Huzzah! Yeah, I'd have to like put a dark box out here or something. I mean, I could do that. The only problem is it's going to be target number 1 for people that want to raid us. On the other hand, you could argue if as long as I make it cheap enough to build, why would I care? Where's the fertility meter? That's a little too far away from our base, I would say. Oh, then again, I do want the trees to grow really close to us, though. Concrete. Can I remove concrete and just turn it back to soil, I wonder? There's the ornate door. That's a very good idea. Yeah, it seems like a reasonable compromise, doesn't it? And I should probably order them to make a way through. Yes, I will. Order. Mine this out, please. But if I do that, I'm going to want to seal this off a bit, aren't I? Because if like an infestation happens over here, I don't want them to be able to walk straight into this area. I want there to be at least one door in the way. That'll do it. Yeah, I suppose if I was going to make a little box for growing, I'd probably do it over here. That's probably the most sensible place to put it. So what would I need? I would want some walls. Preferably wooden walls, not golden ones. Oh, there's two graves there. Careless of me. We'll want that ancient engine block destroyed. We'll want a door so they can get in there. Actually, let's have the door more like over here. Do I want to make it out of granite? Actually, I probably do. The reason I say granite is because at least then attackers can literally just burn it down. That seems like a reasonable compromise in terms of cost to me versus or sandstone maybe. I've got all this sandstone that I never use. Yeah, we'll do that. Hopefully I have enough sandstone for this. And we'll have a normal wooden door over here. Yeah, that should work. There's the ornate door. Someone that can shoot well. Levi. Actually, Levi, have you started? You have started the clean sweeper. Right, I'm drafting you, sending you over here, and you're just going to destroy this ancient engine block, please. Oh, you don't have your SMG back. Of course you don't. Well, that would have been embarrassing if we were under attack. Right, that's where it ended up. Please equip your SMG. Good. Back down here, please. Excellent work. Undrafted. Yeah, it looks like I easily have enough sandstone. And frankly, if raiders go and destroy that, who cares? What's wrong, Conrad? Insulted? Again? Okay. Min? Could you counsel Conrad? Do I want counsel or reassure? Yeah, reassure is about their beliefs. Increasing his mood by 8. I mean... not brilliant, but it'll have to do. Maybe I need to send them out hunting for some more food. Who were our other soldiers? Gasp, Sheet, Conrad, wasn't it? Yes. Over here, please. You know what needs to be done. Oh, they brought the animals with them. The alpacas are running. They know what's coming. Don't run. Why won't they finish the job? There we go. Poor alpaca. Right, where's the last alpaca? There should be one more. I mean, I think there's additional ones on the map, but there should be one more that I selected for hunting. Oh, you went back down there. That's straightforward enough. Conrad is not happy for some reason. The normal stuff. Right, you're all undrafted. But please carry some of this back. Excellent. That should help with the food situation. And the alpaca population carries on. Right, can we do anything, Conrad? Insulted I can do nothing about. Depressive I can do nothing about. 8 kibble. Well, I can do nothing immediately about that, but hopefully once some of the alpacas been butchered and prepared, we'll be able to have a nice meal. Want neural supercharge, I can do nothing right now. Hungry. Eat. We do have some food, don't we? Or do we have none? Yeah, we have some food. 8 cooked insect meat. Yeah, not a lot I can do for him right now, unfortunately. Yeah, those two have been marked for deconstruction. So it shouldn't be long before we have the hospital up and running. Do I remember correctly that silver hospital beds are actually slightly better than steel hospital beds? Maybe not. At least, hang on, don't transhumanist ideologies like nutrient paste? If they do, I've been doing this wrong all along. Where would I check that? I suppose if I went to one of my transhumanists... Here. Right, body modification approved, age reversal demanded, biosculpting accelerated. Ooh. I didn't realise. That's very good. Neural supercharge preferred, sleep accelerator preferred. Execution is horrible. Fungus despised. Okay, glad we discovered that now. I didn't see anything there regarding nutrient paste. It's possible I just missed it. It's above skull pikes. Oh, don't mind. There's nothing wrong with a meal of efficient, healthy nutrient paste. Well, if that's how you feel. I'm probably going to need to build an extension just for this, aren't I? Oh my goodness, where am I going to put it? That's a very good question. I don't know is the answer. I mean, I guess I could just put it somewhere else, have its own building. Like over here, perhaps? Where was it? Oh, is that ground not solid enough? That looks like the problem. Yeah, I'm a little strapped for space. Over there, maybe? There would be room over here. Just. But if I don't have enough room for there to be a table as well, they're just not going to eat at a table, are they? Oh, we need more of this mined out, don't we? I mean, I could put it somewhere like over here, but then they have to walk all the way over here just to get their food. Obviously, it'd be nice to have it in this area, but it's not large enough. I mean, I could combine it with this building. I'm reluctant to do that because of the risk of fires and what have you. Plus, the cooler would have to be moved. They can't be moved, can they? I'd have to build a copy. I mean, that's not the end of the world. All these shelves would have to be relocated. That's probably what I have to do, isn't it? Extend the fridge a bit over the fields. Yeah, I'd rather not. I think I will do this in stages. I'll start by just moving the cooler over. And putting a few walls in. Granite walls, of course, because they can't burn down so easily. Do we want a wall there? May as well. Excellent. I'll have this deconstructed. And probably all of this deconstructed too, and I'll replace it with granite. That'll be the next little change. And we'll get the floors in. Sterile tiles, I think. Since this is an area where food's going to be prepared. Let's have that deconstructed. Oh, we run out of hay again for the animals. That does seem to be happening quite a lot, doesn't it? Ooh, a clean sweeper is available. Well, hey! So what are we gonna call our clean sweeper? What about Sooty? Levi too, because he's a janitor too. There we go, food's coming in. Oh, when are we next going to get the opportunity to trade? Vitals monitors, wonderful. That's going to be useful. pulse charge munitions? Why does it keep saying my tech level is industrial? Right, this is really annoying me. Let's look up tech level in the wiki. What determines my tech level? Technology divides roughly into 6 levels, all of which are in use in various societies throughout human space. Neolithic, medieval, industrial, spacer, so we're only judged as being one level below where we should be. Spacer, ultratech, architect. Right, but again, why does the game think I'm industrial when I've got so much space technology? Your tech level is locked at the start when you choose the starting scenario. Oh right, so there's nothing I can do about that then. Your faction's tech level determines research point costs and therefore time spent researching. New arrivals start at an industrial level and have normal costs for all research. New tribes start at Neolithic tech levels, so certain research costs are increased. Okay. Well, that answers that one. There's nothing I can do about that then. Bioregeneration. Let's get that one underway. Well, hey! Look at Sooty go! Right, so we can now finally start planning the hospital area. Specifically where things are going to go. So I think steel beds, hospital beds, are just as good as any other hospital bed, so far as I can tell. How do we want to arrange these? Maybe I should actually start with the other things we want in here. What are we going to want? We are definitely going to want where was it? The Biosculpting pods. We probably want a pair of those. And we're also going to want the gene stuff. Do we? In the long term, yes, but not immediately. Actually, do we want 2 biosculpting pods? I'm going to say yes. My thinking is we'll want one for people to go into regularly when they need things addressed, but we probably want another biosculpting pod in case of emergencies. Supposing something happens and we need to get someone into a biosculpting pod fairly quickly, and there's one already in use. So we'll have a spare. I should probably build everyone's sleep accelerators at this point as well. We've had the tech for that for a long time, I just haven't wanted to spend the components. And it is a lot of components. Right, we probably need to leave this space clear for various things we'll build in the future, like possibly gene editing things. So... next, the hospital beds. I don't know of a disadvantage of having them back to back, so I may as well do that. We'll want a vitals monitor. Hang on. Wait, I just thought of something. I probably want sleep accelerators on those beds as well, but I'm not going to build those sleep accelerators until the other sleep accelerators are built, because I'm worried about our total number of components. Having a spare untuned biosculptor tends to be helpful. Oh, that's right, they have to tune to a specific person, don't they? I've forgotten if you can reassign them afterwards or not. Let me check the precise rules for the vitals monitor quickly. Increases medical tend quality, surgery success chance, immunity gain speed when placed directly adjacent to a hospital bed. Only works for hospital beds, normal beds will not benefit. Attaching more than one vitals monitor to the same bed will have no effect. Right, but can I have one vitals monitor attached to multiple beds? I assume not, but I don't know not. Actually, do you know what? I know I said about the sleep accelerators. That's going to cost us a lot of components. Let's get the hospital up and running first, and then we'll assess whether we can afford the sleep accelerators. It can be reassigned later, but that takes time. Okay. My guess is that I can only have... that each vitals monitor can only be attached to a single bed. I don't know that, but I would guess that's the case. In which case, I want to lay these beds out slightly differently. That's not going to work brilliantly. Oh, the vitals monitor can hook onto multiple beds. Wonderful news. In which case... so I won't have enough room for every colonist. But I should be able to support quite a few colonists like this. Right, we're going to want some shelves here, aren't we? I guess we'll put the shelves up here. Seems sensible. That looks like a good start to a hospital, and there's room there for me to put sleep accelerators in as well. I don't know how important that is in hospital beds, but there's room to do it anyway. You think that's too many vitals monitors? Oh, I see what you mean, because I could do that. Very good point. I could technically move these down now. Probably no advantage to doing so, though. Why are they all up at night? Odd. How are we doing for components at the moment? Where would components be? $64. Well, that's going to go down in a moment quite rapidly. Oh, the lung's been built. The lung's been built. We can finally replace Hermione's lung. Excellent. That's going to be one of the things we want to make sure goes to the hospital shelves once it's built. This is still down here from the start of the stream, because I never dealt with it. When did that happen? Faction Whitney Union. Oh, we had visitors and they got gunned down. Yeah. Well, if I had the opportunity to trade for some more shells, or build some more shells, that's true. I was going to look into building more shells, wasn't I? I need a chem fuel refinery for that. 21 days ago by the looks of it, yeah. Presumably if I made this a fungus growing area, I could still use it for animal feed, I would guess. Even if the colonists don't want it. Let's make sure we get some more trees chopped. You can use it for chem fuel too. Ah, good to know. A rare giant flower which can be found deep in steaming jungles. You would think a giant flower would be beautiful, but this one looks and smells like rotting flesh. Wonderful. Yep, our components have certainly gone down a bit. What happened to you, Debbie? Social fight by any chance? Debbie spoke negatively of Conrad's family background. This drove Conrad into a rage and he began a fight. Seems very much like it. Is there anything I'm forgetting regarding the hospital, do you think? Anything, oh, for goodness sake, don't just fill this up with any old rubbish. This is for medicine. And prosthetics and what have you. Clear all. Don't allow rotten. Manufactured. Drugs. Medicine. Actually, we don't want drugs, do we? No, that's not... We want medicine. And we want... where would limbs be? Artificial limbs. Items? Body parts, maybe. Prosthetic. Bionic. Archaeotech. Mech tech. We don't want mech tech, do we? I don't think. We just want prosthetic, bionic, and architect. Have we discovered any? Any deposits of anything yet? No. Clearly not enough research is being done. Unfortunately, we only have one person that's capable of research, if I recall correctly, because our main researcher got gunned down. Yep. And since then, Penelope's been taking over and done a very good job by the looks of things. Become a planet-leading master. Please, no elephants in here. Oh, that's a nuisance. Hold on. I'm gonna need to make a new zone, aren't I? Right, new area. Hang on, can I copy an existing area? Is that copy? Yes. Away from turret animals. Now, will I remember... The AFT is away from turrets. Oh, hang on. Let's clear this as well. There we go. Right, animals. How's Min's intellectual? Pretty terrible, I think. 4. And she has no passion for it. Where's that little cleaning bot? Why is Sooty not getting the job done? Oh, a bit overwhelmed. Maybe we need a second clean sweeper then. Did that floor get built in the end? Still being built. We're going to need to cut more. We're going to need to mine some more marble away. Blimey. And I have no doubt we're going to need more walls for this. And I'll probably need to build additional ones as we go as well. So I'll have to keep half an eye on that. Go Frenzy, Sheet. Thanks to High Mood, Sheet has experienced an inspiration. He'll move faster for the next 8 days. Wonderful news. Oh, I can add a bill, can't I? Oh, it does advertise adding sleep accelerators. But do I... I'll build one. For now. In fact, maybe that should be my general policy when it comes to sleep accelerators. Perhaps I should just add them a bit at a time, rather than thinking I'm going to build them all at once. How are we doing for components? Not very well. Not very well. Travellers hope for alms. A group of poor travellers, including some children, are approaching looking for help. The travellers are begging for 600 silver. They want the silver so they can buy back a friend who was recently kidnapped. You can give items to the travellers by selecting colonist and right-clicking on Biovine. The travellers will move on after 1 day. These travellers are not part of any faction. If you wish, you can choose to kill, arrest, sell, or harvest them without diplomatic consequences. We do have the silver. Fine. I hope we're not just getting a reputation as an easy touch, so people just keep turning up demanding more and more unreasonable things because they know they'll get it from us. Why has no fungus been planted here? Shouldn't N-Tractor have got to work there? I had 1,300. Now I have 800 left. No, that doesn't add up. I thought I had 1,300 before. Maybe they have to take it over in multiple trips? Party. Hermione is throwing a party. Everyone who goes will gain recreation, social energy, and a lasting positive mood boost. Maybe Replicant is the game for you. I'd be surprised if I never do Replicant at some point on stream. I may end up doing it in a restricted way, like you suggested before. If it is that pointlessly grindy. I'm pretty sure it was 600, yeah. And they're still there. Do I have to send someone over a second time? Yes, they need 100 more. Good thing I noticed before they left. There you go, off you go, buy your friend back. If that's what you really want the money for. Royal Tribute Collector. Well, I don't have any prisoners. I wouldn't sell them into slavery to you anyway. Well, give them into slavery. Wait, what? Hominid shape disrespected? And I'm not giving you any of our gold either because of what happened last time. Mankinism requires that hominid shape be in a dignified room. These room requirements must be met. No work facilities allowed. Oh, right. No, that's not disrespect. We're rebuilding the room. We're midway through doing that. Honest. We just haven't put the wall back up yet. And I may as well build a door. Actually, there's no easy way for them to get over there, is there? So I don't suppose I do need a door. I was watching a streamer. He spent 3 hours in the dullest dungeon of the game. One of the dullest dungeons I had ever the displeasure of seeing because he wanted to complete a side quest that he could have done with 10 seconds by progressing the side quest and buying the stuff. It was Replicant. No worries, Jenny. I hope you have a good time. Can I move shelves? I assume I can. Yes. I'm guessing they're going to drop the stuff on the floor that was on them, but I can move them. Question is, where are they going to go? That's a good question. Along here, perhaps. That'll work. Now, it was nutrient paste dispenser, wasn't it? That goes up here. Yeah, that'll work. Unfortunately, I won't quite have enough room for another table like I was hoping. I don't know, actually. We'll see. Oh, what a good boy! Look at him go! R2-Cell2! The real MVP. Yeah, I could probably fit another table in here. Could I? It's on the cusp, isn't it? Yes, up there I could. Also, do they actually need a chair here? I assume not. There we go. That was some fairly effective restructuring, I think. Oh, our steel supply is actually going down. Right, now I remember what I was going to do. I wanted to add a surgery bill. How do I do that? It's been a while. The spots need to be clear. Still need the hoppers. There's a hopper? Holds resources for use by machines like nutrient paste dispenser. Okay, does that like go here then? I assume. Good catch, I didn't know that was a thing. It goes by the grey sides. You mean back here? The grey sides. Oh, you mean these sides? These sides that I've left no room for? The back and the sides, not the front. With you. Okay, that's annoying. Okay. That's an utter nuisance. The dispenser counts as a wall, so it's fine. Oh, I see what you mean. I could just destroy this and have hoppers round the back. But wouldn't then... I'd still have to build some sort of structure back here, though, because wouldn't otherwise the food in the hoppers be considered outside? That's true. I could do that. That's a good idea. That's a very good idea. Because then, as you say, then it's in the fridge. Ah, good. This has been sorted. When did they get here? Dead 27 days. Ouch. I guess they came to visit. Could smelt the jacket. Oh, have they already been buried? I think they've already been buried. We have a second clean sweeper. So we have Sooty and Sweep doing the cleaning. We have N Tractor doing the farming. And we have R2 Cell 2 doing the lifting. Now, hospital bills. I wanted to... Oh, I mark that on the person, don't I? I think. Under health? I think that's how it works. Operations. Add bill. Excuse me? Some of these are a little worrying. Wait, we have a joy wire. When did we get a joy wire? Which lung is it? Left lung. Right. Install detoxifier lung as their left lung. And they picked the bed without a sleep accelerator. Wonderful. Penelope, if you wouldn't mind. Someone else, if you wouldn't mind. Oh, she'll never do hauling. Oh, you're already doing it. Wonderful. Good work, Vikinger. Let's hope this goes well. Well, they're not dead. Honestly? Wait. What? What sort of sedative did they use that they're going to be unconscious for 2 days? That is frankly impressive. How are we doing on the component front? Have we built up our stock again yet? Getting there, but not really. They aren't exactly sleeping when they're knocked out with sedatives, so the sleep accelerator ain't doing much. Well, they probably planned that very well to get free of the overbearing control freak. I see. Oh, I see. They are actually... Okay, so they're still sedated, but they're not going to be asleep the whole time. Okay. If anything, that's more worrying. Pleasure cycle? Temporarily reshape the nervous system to deliver an elevated level of happiness for a time. Interesting. What else can we do? Medic cycle. Heal all fresh wounds, blood loss, and 1 random infectious disease. Bioregenerator cycle. We're still doing the research for that. 10 days. It'll be 22 days. Oh, requires glitter world medicine, which we don't have. And normally it would be 22 days, but because we're transhumanists, it only takes 11. Age reversal. Reverse 1 year of aging. Duration 7 days. Transhumanist 3.5 days. Several people have lost fingers. You lost your nose. Perhaps Levi should have the first dibs on the bioregenerator. Oh, how are we going to get Glitter World medicine? Do I remember correctly that you can't make it? You have to buy it. Looks like it. I think you can make normal medicine if you tack up, but not Glitter World medicine. I mean, I'll take those chunks if they're available. Ah, this is getting dangerous. They definitely need to build another reinforcement wall here. At least one. I think nobles can get glitter med permits so they can request some. Penelope is... She's not that high in the hierarchy yet. Not Penelope, the other one, Min. She's currently in a yeoman. I think she has access to the acolyte ceremony, but we haven't built the throne room yet. Oh. No, she can become a dame. Speaking of throne room. That is a source of it. That's true. Oh, right, time to... Time to make sure that hopper gets built. Need food hopper. You have a nutrient dispenser with no hopper next to it. To work, paste dispensers must draw from an adjacent hopper filled with raw food. Build a hopper adjacent to the dispenser. Still, we're still having the classic problem, aren't we? That we've had no opportunity to trade for absolutely ages. I think Dame might be the level of title we need to trade. Yeah, to begin trading. That is setting up a trade caravan and going manually. So that's an option. Yeah, that's probably what we're going to end up doing then. Thinking about it. How's this room shaping up? Very impressive, somewhat rich, quite spacious, pretty. And we're going to need some sort of grand throne, aren't we? Oh, that's a meditation throne. Is that what we need? Probably. Which means we're going to need more gold. I don't know where we're going to get more gold, to be perfectly honest. Unless we trade for it. Isn't that going to create a catch-22 though? Possibly not, because I'm guessing the throne room requirements for a dame aren't that high. I would guess. You need a throne for men. Room area 24 tiles, room impressiveness 40, all floor, double bed. End table, dresser, no work facilities, no biotech buildings. Oh, that's bedroom. Throne room. Meditation throne. 30 tiles, 60 impressiveness, 2 braziers, 2 columns, a harp. All braziers must be lit, no work facilities allowed, no beds allowed, no altars allowed, no biotech buildings allowed. That seems easy enough. I could put someone on dedicated... Oh no, can I put someone on dedicated scanner duty? I think I had that same problem before and it uses the research stat. And I don't think you can... Or the research skill, I should say. Oh, blimey, I haven't put gas back onto working for weeks. I don't think you can specify any more specifically than a skill. Yes, I have a recollection of this happening in a previous playthrough. I think this was my first playthrough on stream 2 years ago. I think the problem I had was that if there was research to be done, they would always do research in preference to scanning, but the relevant skill was the research skill, so I had to be able to do any scanning, unless I had multiple people that were capable of research, I had to make sure there was no research selected, and then whoever had the research skill set for their schedule, they would then do some scanning. Just make a new zone that doesn't cover the research table and give it to someone. Oh my goodness, yep, you're right. I'm an absolute fool. Of course that would work. Right, let's go with a basic meditation throne for now. Oh, I can't make this symmetrical. And it bothers me. I'm sorry, I need to expand this area. I'll get to it shortly. Right, floor. We want more marble. And we also want all this smoothed. Of course, that's never going to be symmetrical, is it? Well, I'll just have to live with that. In that case. Bioregeneration, excellent. We don't have the Glitter World medicine for it yet. I need to set a biofuel refining, don't I? So we can actually make some... make our own... Wait, what? Did someone come through here? When was this destroyed? How long have I been telling people not to go there for no good reason? Okay. I guess people can go there now. Who am I gonna grab? Levi. You have the SMG, don't you? Carefully head down there. Visitors, yeah. I don't remember any visitors. Did we have visitors that I just didn't see? Maybe they would just pass us through. I mean, when I noticed his body before, there were still turrets there, weren't there? I'm not going mad, right? There were. I'm sure there were. Right, well, this seems to be safe. There were. Okay, good. I mean, great. That simplifies things. I'd better change their assigned regions then. Unrestricted. Animals can go back to the normal large herbivore areas. I can delete away from turrets and away from turrets animals. And I can add a new area, I guess. Min. If I invert it, that'll be everything, won't it? And if I shrink it, I can say you do not go in this room. And then I can tell Min, does she have a passion for research? Oh, she doesn't. Does anyone have a passion for it? Even if they're not very good? No. Okay, Min it is. I'll have you do some research then. Those aren't large herbivores. Thank you. Oh, you could have just set the shield to be deconstructed and got a core out of it. Ah. Okay, I didn't realise. That's a pity. How are we doing on components? Are our components recovered yet? They're halfway back. Oh, Min's doing the work. That's what we like to see. She's already made loads of lovely statues for us to trade. That's a point. We should install some of those in her throne room. She'd love that. In fact, maybe I should put the legendary one in there. Oh, that is her... should I? That's currently her meditation spot, but she can use the throne to meditate on now, presumably. Once it's built, anyway. Yeah, I think we're going to put the legendary statue in there, maybe along with a grand statue? I don't know. Title, A Suicidal Mother. The sculpture bears an artwork of a mechanoid surrounded by demons. The scene takes place inside a campsite built near a stream. Okay then. Right, things to build. We're going to need a meditation throne. Oh, biofuel refining, researched. What else do I want? What else do we need? Autocannon turrets are going to be important at some point. Neural superchargers. Let's make sure we get that underway. Columns. Marble, of course. Braziers. Oh, we can have a dark light brazier. Right, let's move this over here then. And we'll remove this meditation spot. Did it say she needed a harp? I don't think we have that tech yet. We'll get one though. Oh, I need to set the owner, don't I? Min, this is your throne room that we're building. Speaking of fuel, I should probably have them chop down some more wood. Good thing we live in a jungle. We're never short of wood. Wow. It wasn't intentional, but it almost looks like those columns have massive fires on the top of them. Right, how impressive is this room now? Impressiveness, extremely impressive. Wealth, rich. Space, quite spacious. Beauty, very beautiful. So what's the other thing we needed? There was one more thing, wasn't there? Harp, which will need research. I'd be more worried about the fires that have started if it wasn't raining. Oh wow! Phineas! Phineas will do hauling! I mean, I know we must have trained him to do that, but that's the first time I've seen him just run off joyfully out of the base, pick up a bunch of wood, bring it back in. What a good boy! Good Phineas. Who's a clever elephant? Do we have any more elephants in the area? We used to, but they may have moved on. That's my animals. Not anymore. Oh, one. But it was another male elephant. We do not need this many bulls. That was an odd noise. Sounded like... Oh, no, 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 no. We've got panthers back. Was it panthers before or another big cat? Just the one. I'm going to nip this one in the bud. What happened there? Oh, it's attacking a wild boar, or the wild boar's attacking it? It's attacking a wild boar. Oh my goodness. That's a scary animal that can kill a wild boar. We really should put that poor boar out of its misery. I'm just hoping it doesn't cause the others to attack. There we go. We don't have to worry about that panther randomly deciding to attack colony members now. Which would have been a problem if we hadn't dealt with that. I don't know about that, Entor. Not many raids. No. Well, I'm playing with Randy Random as the storyteller and... well, this is the way it goes sometimes. Last stream, I ended up with, what was it, 3 raids, one after another, right at the end of the last RimWorld stream, I mean. I had 3 raids right at the end of the stream, one after another, boom, boom, boom. And, then this stream, I don't think we've had a single raid or a single trader. Oh dear. So, what are our priorities right now? I haven't made the chem fuel refiner thing, have I? Right. Refines biological matter like wood or plant matter into chem fuel. Do I want this outdoors or indoors? Probably indoors if it doesn't explicitly say outdoors. Well, there's room for it here, I guess. I mean, it's not as much of a priority as it was, now that that mech cluster seems to have been destroyed at some point by somebody. But I probably should start rebuilding our armaments. It's only likely to cause problems if I don't. We don't need these dromedary calves. Min has found a lump of buried steel using the ground-penetrating scanner. Wonderful news. There it is. Not very usefully placed, but hey ho. That's still good work. I don't suppose I can make someone passionate about... Oh, Penelope's doing it. Min. Oh, did I not actually set Min's zone to be Min? That'll be why that went wrong. Can I make someone passionate about something that they're currently not? in some manner. You know, like a sort of, what would you call it? A hobby wire, if you will. A fascination wire. Not seen many people using the nutrient dispenser. We've nearly managed to recover all our components, so maybe it's time I gave everyone sleep accelerators. Oops. Hopefully they're all the right way round. I'm not sure they are, actually. That's because they always prefer normal or better meals. Even if you run out of food, it's more likely that they eat the meals because of how many you make. That's fine. I don't object to that. The nutrient paste things there more for emergencies. Neural superchargers? So we'll be able to build those for everyone fairly soon as well. What else do we want? I could start going through the armor types. We could go for pulse charge munitions, which I assume will give us, yes, charge rifles, which are probably the best rifles in the game unless there's some architect stuff. Actually, maybe I should grab noble apparel. It won't take long, and I imagine it won't be long before we need that. If we're going to make... nope, hang on. Better idea. Harp. Harp, harp, harp. For the throne room. I was going to say, I imagine it won't be long before we need that if we're trying to advance Min through the noble ranks. You can set their food schedule to Eoni pace though, so that's that. I take it there's no reason to do it while food is plentiful though. That's just something I'd do if we were running very low on food all of a sudden. Or were expecting to run out. Some of the mechanoids have some better firepower on them, but that's the top gun most colonists use. Okie doke. Conrad, how can I help you, my good man? Depressive, can't help you. Want neuro supercharge. That will actually be coming sooner than you might think. Minor pain, can't help you. That's due to your scar. Darkness, well, go somewhere light. Insulted, can't help you. Ate without a table. Well, I've provided you with tables. I don't think there's much I can do for you, my good friend. Oh, are they going to have room for neuro superchargers in here, actually? I'm not sure they are. I think I misjudged the lengths. Oh, if I move their lamps, I would. Yes, if I move their lamps, I would. That's what we'll have to do then. Wait, what? Hello, what's happened here? Why do we suddenly not have enough power? Have we gone over the limit with the sleep accelerators? Which is entirely possible. Why did I even put the battery? There. It looks like it, doesn't it? Oh, that's annoying. The wind has also died down. Well, the next one to go for is here. I just don't like the fact that I'm not going to be able to defend it very well. Oh well. How am I going to pass this power around? Just got to surround it with sandstone walls. That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea at all. Oh, that'll have cost us a bit of steel. Sandstone wall. Where was I? I was in the middle of moving their lamps about, wasn't I? Hang on, if a neural supercharger can only give one zap per day, does that mean that it's going to be assigned to an individual colonist? Because that would make sense if it had an owner. It is. Okay, that makes sense then. I am going to be allowed to put it in a throne room, right? We've researched a harp. Let's go for harpsichord. In fact, I may just go straight for piano. Probably? Let me check again for Dame. No work facilities, it's not a work facility. No beds allowed, it's not a bed. No altars allowed, it's not an altar. No biotech buildings allowed. It's not a biotech building, it's an ideology building. So I probably could then. Seems unlikely, you think? We'll have to see. Machine Advent Opportunity. Every year on the 11th of August, mankind can have a special celebration. To begin the ritual, select one of the following and click Begin Machine Advent command. Light Ball Ritual Spot expires in 6 days. Let's go for it. Begin Machine Advent. If I added more loudspeakers, it would be better, would it? We don't really have room for more loudspeakers, though. I guess I could build one here and one here. Where am I going to stick another one? Here? That'll have to be it. A machine that can alter the brain? Must be a religious object. Oh, what should we call our tortoise? They've been our faithful companion for goodness knows how long, and we've never named them. Oh, I can't train them to do anything. That's fine. A fateful comparison. Faithful oh my goodness. Faithful companion. That's what I meant to say. Oh, who was the Greek that ran the first marathon notionally in mythology? Phidippides. Phidippides, which I'm probably mispronouncing. Yep, they've got food. Oh, chem fuel thingamabob's up. Make it from organics, I guess? What do I want to do here? I guess I want to restrict the organics I'll let it use. To just raw fungus? That makes sense, doesn't it? For now? Yeah, I think that makes sense. Right, how much do I need to make one chem fuel? So, that is chem fuel, not chem fuel, the other one. Shell. One mortar shell. Or one unit of. 15. Right, I'll have you make 15 then. Because I don't want loads of chem fuel hanging around, because I have been warned about fireballs. Min has found a lump of buried steel using the ground-penetrating scanner. Wonderful news. Yet again, it's in a less than useful location, but I'm glad it's there. Oh my goodness, can you believe this? Oh, they built the wall first. Why are they like this? They can't go in and actually build the generator because they built the wall first. Well, hey! I should probably expand this. Oops. Excellent. Harpsichord. Piano, here we come. I should probably expand this to also include chem fuel now. Goodness knows where they would have put it otherwise. Make me chem fuel until you have 15. Here's 40 chem fuel. I guess that's the smallest unit they can build? Is that actually what's going on here? It doesn't really say, does it? I assume? Levi, are you doing anything important? Not really. Missing the components? Oh no. That's the disadvantage of building all these sleep accelerators. Billiards need space. One of your billiards tables is adjacent to an obstruction that will prevent colonists from using it. Okay. Probably the loudspeaker. Might need to build a deep drill to have in storage. That's a good idea. I'll probably wait till the power's done, but I'll make that the next priority. Where am I going to put this? To be fair, I could just make the room slightly bigger, couldn't I? That would be the simplest way to solve this. We're not getting too close to the... No, we're not all that close to the expiration date, I don't think, of the ritual. It's amazing how much more food we seem to have now that we actually have End Tractor, making sure all the farming actually gets done in a timely manner. I may as well have them chop some wood, mightn't I? Since we're always going to need wood. That looks a bit goofy. Let's deconstruct those two as well. Birthday? Nikki Star Velos has reached the biological age of 56. Wait a minute. The game only tells me about birthdays when it's something bad. Unfortunately, Nikki Star Velos has gained the following disease due to aging. Frail. Yep. How did I know? Generalized loss of muscle and bone density. Moving -30. Manipulation -30. Do I just stick them in for some reverse aging? Probably. Which one was it? Star, wasn't it? Unfortunately, Star's the one that makes all our components. I'll wait till they've got enough components for us to build build the generator. And then I'll stick them in there for some reverse aging. How's that for an incentive? You don't get your, you don't get any younger until you've finished building us enough components. Might need to build a deep... Oh, you said... Sorry, that was a previous message. Not sure that fixes it. Might need the bio-regen for that. Yeah. I don't have the Glitter World medicine, that's the problem. Well, it's an experiment worth doing. Right. So they should be able to have that little party tomorrow. Do you know what? While I'm rebuilding stuff, why don't I get rid of this wall as well? That seems like a very easy way to gain some more space. I wonder what effect having a sleep accelerator turn on and off all night would be on your sleep. Surely nothing but good. Hang on, I don't need a floor under there. I don't think. Talk about a circadian cycle. Oh, do I need a... Maybe I do need a floor under there. There we go, that looks much better. I will do once it's all actually moved. I just realised that should probably be sterile tiles, never mind. So tomorrow they can have their dance party. Hang on. Let me find the animals zone. Clear allowed area, large herbivore. Oh, right, that makes sense, because I expanded that area. And that didn't exist back then. Nor did this. explains a lot. Hang on. Oh, but I already had the plans for the hospital, it would seem. Fair enough. Excellent. Right. So, begin Machine Advent. A dance party with loud music. Participants will gather, socialise and dance to have fun and connect with each other. Depending on ritual quality, participants will get -3 and +16 mood for 6 days. I think that should be between -3 to +16 mood for 6 days. If the party is fun or unforgettable, participants may gain increased work speed for a while. If the dance party is fun or unforgettable, you will discover the location of an ancient complex nearby. Yeah, I never worked out how that part works. Boring Machine Advent. The Machine Advent was boring. Bad dancing and so-so music made the whole thing feel like a waste of time. Everyone participating in the ritual gains -1 mood for 6 days. Machine Advent total quality was 100%, determined by these factors. Dum-de-dum-de-dum. Oh, okay then. Glad we did that then. Wonderful, the power's up. We're gonna need more graves. Wait, who can do... Oh, they're chopping down the tree. Who can chop down the tree? I didn't know R2 Cell 2 could chop down trees. Right, so Star is free to have a little reverse aging treatment. No idea if this will fix her condition. There's good evidence it won't, but we can give it a go. While we're on it, where's Conrad? Conrad. You are perpetually sad, aren't you? Due to your depressive trait. Guess who's getting a joy wire? Since apparently we have one, even though I don't remember ever getting it. It's going to affect what he does a lot. What does he do? He does shooting and melee and animal handling. He's not bad at social, but we have people that are better. That's about it. What do I actually have him assigned to do? Conrad. That's all the normal stuff. He can do wardening, animal handling and hunting, constructing, hauling, cleaning. So he's basically just a normal... He's not much of a specialist. He does just the normal sort of tasks that have to be done around the base perhaps with the exceptions of being able to animal handle reasonably well and hunt reasonably well. He is one of our soldiers. So you're just installing the joy wire there then, as he sleeps in his bed instead of taking him to a hospital bed? Okay. The neural charger pretty much nullifies the consciousness malice anyway. They won't get much extra benefit. Is he going to be any worse at shooting? Or is he going to... No, let me rephrase that. Is he going to be significantly worse at shooting? How do I check his level of consciousness? I thought that was a statistic somewhere. Oh, it'd be over here, wouldn't it? Yeah. Oh, but part of that's the anesthetic. Look at how happy he is. Research done piano. Noble apparel. I would like one piano, please. Why can I not build a piano? Oh, it's not that type of thing, is it? Where would it be? Not there. Not there. Not there. It's about minus 20% consciousness and charging is plus 10 to that. That's an art bench. I assume piano's not under arch bench? Art bench? No. Where do I get a piano from? Fueled smithy, electric smithy. Okay. I guess we do need a smithy then. I think I built one before, right here, and then removed it because I thought we didn't need it. Oh well. Shows what I know. Oh wow, have we already got through all that steel? Goodness me, I thought that steel was going to last forever. Well, not literally, but a very long time. That's going to be hard to get to. That not so much. If you ever find uranium enough, you can get a pretty powerful melee weapon if you use it on a mace. A uranium mace. My goodness. Noble apparel. I probably won't need royal apparel, but I may as well research it since it takes so little time. And then I have to seriously think about what we want to research next. Probably pulse charge munitions, I should think. You're right, that's a smelter, not a smithy. I am a fool. We don't have a smithy already, do we? We do. That will be the one I uninstalled. From here originally. I hope they're clever enough to not let rocks fall on their head when they're mine veining. I'm not convinced they are. I assume I probably need to build a bridge out here if I want them to mine it. Like so? Is that not a thing? Oh, do we not have enough wood? We must have enough wood, surely. Oh, is this just ungettable? Pulse charge munitions. I get the feeling this is just ungettable. Well, I don't want to leave people with orders to get this in case they do something very stupid like drown themselves. Because believe me, I wouldn't put it past them. Yep, after that it looks like we are going to have to rely upon deep drilling. That's a good idea. Let's build that deep drill. Guess we'll stick it over here for now. One piano, please. Thank you. Ends in 20 hours. Oh, they're killing all the chicks again. Actually, I can set up more auto assignments like that, can't I? Manage auto slaughter. Cow. Male young. Max 0. And the same with the dromedaries. Oh, that must be R2 cell 2. Oh, that was sweep. Oh, this must have been labelled as a home zone. What a nuisance. Maybe I should leave it like that just in case there's a fire though. Even though it does seem a little silly. So, once we have the piano in place, we can have that ceremony to make Min a dame. And then we can put together a trade caravan to go up to the local feudal settlement. What do we want? Little world medicine. Didn't we want gold for something? Yes, we're going to need gold for a grand throne eventually, but also just generally gold is useful. Was there anything else we needed desperately? I mean, if we can grab it, steel, I guess. Although I wouldn't call that desperate. The tech prints. Useful tech prints. I think that's the only 3 things we need. Glitter world medicine, gold, tech prints. Oh, stars out of there. Oh, you can auto age reversal. She'll automatically take her next treatment in 1 year if the pod is ready. Oh, so they won't they don't have like a preferred age. You can't like set them to say, keep giving them age reversal until they're 30, for example. Yep, she's still frail. You were right. I really do need to do something about that. Because she's the only one that's actually any good at crafting, so she's doing a lot of crafting. Oh, look at this. Conrad's actually the happiest. I don't actually know he is the happiest. No, he's not, but... It's so odd to see Conrad actually happy. And all we had to do is just install a little machine in his brain that's constantly telling him he's happy. This is going well, for once. Just ticking along nicely. Oh, this needs power. That's a nuisance. I don't know of a good way we could, like, portably give this thing power. Obviously we could build a generator here. But I don't think we could then pack up the generator, could we? Can you uninstall a generator? No. That's a nuisance. Alright, what generator has the lowest requirements for construction? 2 components, 3 components, 2 components, 3 components, 8. I guess I could go with a wood-fired generator? Kind of a nuisance though. And we're only looking to get, what was it, 300 steel back? And we're putting 100 and a component into powering this thing. No, other than the vanometric cells. Vanometric. Cannot find it. Oh, it's 300 steel per tile. Well, that paints a very different face on it, doesn't it? Well, if that's the case... Yeah, let's have a wood generator. Let's treat ourselves. I say treat ourselves. This is in a way the easier option because it then doesn't require us to bother setting up a battery, I presume. The vanometric cells are sometimes in mechanoid clusters and as rewards. I see, I see. Hang on. Am I going to have to move this deep drill to every single tile here? No, it's got a range. Ah, I see. So I probably... It's fine here. How's that piano coming along? Still unfinished. That's fine. So who are we going to send off on this journey? Maybe Sheet and Conrad as muscle. What does Sheet normally do? We want some of our good fighters, but preferably ones that aren't doing crucial things back at home. Cooking, that's pretty important. That's about it. They're not bad at crafting, actually. But it's not been set as a very high priority. Oh, I don't know. Who would be the other choice? Gasp? Gasp does plant cutting and growing, which previously I would have considered to be absolutely essential until we got N Tractor. And N Tractor's made... I'm sure if we had no one doing planting, growing and plant cutting I should say, it would be a problem. Oh, and Gasp tends to muck up a lot because they're missing a hand, aren't they? I should just give them a new hand already. I take it they can't regrow a hand. I take it a hand's too big. So I am just going to have to give them... Oh no, I was going to give them a specialised limb, wasn't I? That was it. Winter Union is looking to expand their territory and are interested in taking over L with all its wealth and technology. If you can increase your total wealth to 350,000, they will take the settlement? Excuse me? That's just unfathomable amounts of wealth. We can't even have 10% of that, surely. In trade, they offer you part of a map showing the location of an ancient architect nexus. The Arcanexus is thought to be a conduit through which an architect superintelligence influences the physical world. If you can invoke its power, what happens next could go beyond physical reality. This sounds a lot like that new expansion, which I haven't bought and don't have installed. Winter Union only has one piece of the map, the other parts are held by other factions. If you accept their offer, the Outlanders will take possession of L, including all items, people and recorded research. They'll bring 5 of your people and 5 of your animals to anywhere you want on the planet to start a new colony. Later you can trade with the others for the final 2 parts of the map. What on earth? I've never heard of this. Aim high. It counts built structures as well. Is there any way I can know what this settlement's wealth is? Would it be under history? Oh. Oh, blimey. We're well more than 10% of the way there, then. It would be just over double. 2 1/3 times... We'd have to be 2 1/3 times as wealthy. I had no idea we were that wealthy. Blimey. Does that quest expire? No. So essentially it's saying to me, pick 5 of your colonists to start a new colony. If you can do really, really well 2 more times, then you get a special win condition. Interesting. I don't think we're going to do that, to be honest, but that's still interesting. What's Star up to? Oh, go ahead, drink your psychite tea. But I'd prefer you prioritise the piano if you can. Why can you not make the piano? I don't know. Oh, because Sheet started it. Okay. Apparently the same person that starts a project has to finish it. It's the ideology win condition. Interesting. I've never seen that before. Then again, I don't remember if ideology was even released when I played the game last time. Or if I even had it, I should say. It may have been released. No, it was released. I remember. And when I created the game that I did 2 years ago, I disabled all the ideology stuff right at the beginning of the game. Because it asks you whether you want ideology included in your playthrough or not. And I said no. That explains it. Or maybe you just have never reached high enough wealth. I doubt it. Wouldn't you just because I've reached about this point in my game from 2 years ago, when the colony fell. I'd have thought I would have had to have been about this wealthy if I'd reached about this point. And for this piano, let's have a golden stool. Oh, I can't. I don't have enough gold to make a golden stool. Can I make a silver stool? I could make a silver stool. Probably not the best use of our silver. Gasp is still botching all these harvests. I was discussing who we were going to take, weren't we? So probably, was it Conrad and Gasp as our muscle? Conrad's good with animals, isn't he? So we can take the animals with us. We'll probably need Min to negotiate. I don't suppose we'd need anyone else, would we? 1 negotiator and 2 muscle. Should probably do fine for the trade trip. I'd have thought. Assault rifle, pump shotgun. I'd have thought that would do. I mean, we are going to meet a faction we're friendly with. We're friendly with them, aren't we? Pretty sure we're friendly. Neutral! Wow, neutral's almost friendly. Neutral's just a friendly you haven't established yet. Oh, looks like we can actually do that quest now. A simple platform on which to sit. Not very comfortable, but much better than nothing. Can be used at tables, workstations, and elsewhere. Right. Quests. I'm not going to accept this till the morning. Yep, looks like we can accept this. And she'll gain access to level 3 Psylinks. Blimey. Oh, slowly we're getting more explosive shells. I'm wondering if I should also order some smoke shells. I probably should. Let's increase that actually to 100. Because you never know what sort of combat scenarios might get thrown at us. But let's also have some smoke shells made. But we won't need anywhere near as many. Say 5? And 5 EMP? And we'll probably want to make this room ever so slightly bigger. For more munitions. You have to be standing in the smoke cloud for it to stop turrets from attacking enemies from being accurate to you. Yeah, what I was thinking though is it could be really useful if we could actually we'll have 10. Oh, that's a grenade. Cancel that. Is there no such thing as an EMP shell? Did I make it up? No, there is. Yeah, what I'm thinking is, supposing we had another mech pod down here, it would be really useful if we could have some people... Oh, this is working well. It'd be really useful if we could have someone up here, send some smoke shells down here, and then have people move in. I mean, the only downside to that is that it means that one of our good shooters has to be stuck up in the base instead. But I feel like tactically that could work well. Ooh, another lump of steel. Well, that's not very helpful. Huh. Well, there you go. Couldn't you have someone equip EMP grenades? The problem is, what do you do with the turrets that have the absolutely obscene range? Wasn't there a turret that was like here that could see as far as here or something ridiculous? Admittedly, we did in this specific incident. In this specific instance, we probably could have used the cave system to our advantage. But I mean, if there's a turret here and it can see up to here, that is obnoxious to get close to. Well, the smoke is for the turrets. Well, that's what I'm thinking. So you send the smoke shells to the turret so they can't see anything, and then presumably you can approach safely. Or is that not how it works? So drop the smoke shells on top of the turrets, which, using the previous example, would have been over here. I assume they then can't aim at anything because they're covered by smoke. And then everyone can get in nice and close, safely. And then potentially throw a bunch of EMP grenades or whatever you have. Or am I misunderstanding how this game works? The smoke does not go into the turrets, it needs to go into your people. Okay, that could still work, but it would be more of a hassle then. Where do I make pulse charge weapons? Fabrication bench. Okie dokie. I'll place an order for some of those. Charge rifle, please. Do until you have 1. But it should not be... Do not count equipped. Exactly. And do not count weapons that are on less than 50% hit points. And I'd probably rather it only be made by someone that's actually quite skilled. What does a charge rifle actually need? Plasteel and advanced components. Well, we don't have loads of that, but we have some. Bit too inaccurate to make the safe smoke paths to get close to them. The EMP shells are reasonably useful for stopping the shields. Ooh, that's good to know. Well, you're probably right, but I'm sure we'll find some use for 10 smoke shells if we have them. For example, we could chuck them down outside of the base to help us safely leave the base if we were being camped. Which would be hard to do with grenades without someone, you know, poking their head around. Could have been useful over here. Remember when Fleeb, our lead researcher, poked their head in here and got shot? I suppose they still would have had the problem of actually going inside, but we could have chucked some smoke down here, which might have helped. Only if they were smoke leaf shells. How do I unassign this to Star so other people can use it in the future? Or would I have to tell someone to get into it first? I don't think you had the mortars then. No, I didn't have the mortars back then. Unfortunately. Why is this stuff not getting collected? Or is it, and it's just taking a lifetime? This stuff. Are they going over for it? Yep, okay, fair enough. It's just taking a very, very long time. That's fair enough. How good is Gasp at shooting? Only 9. I might give Conrad the pulse rifle and then have Gasp hold the assault rifle that Conrad currently has. Oh, I should have held that ceremony, shouldn't I? The throne room one. Nice piano. An advanced stationary musical instrument. It is played by pressing a row of keys, which causes hammers to strike internal strings stretched over a steel frame. The hammer mechanism and high-tension strings allow the musician to play both very soft and very loud, making the piano a very expressive instrument. I was just admiring the white wood. I assume that's wood. Oh, do these not have power? I'm sure we can fix that. Actually, that may not be as easy to fix as I thought. I know what we could do. I'm not sure, even though you can't pass. I don't think you can pass power through smoothed stone, can you? Oh, you can. Oh, we'll do that then. That'll solve that issue. So they've been going without sleep acceleration all this time and I didn't even realise. Time to hold that ceremony, I think. Min's Dame's ceremony. The recipe did take wood, I believe. I'll double check. I'm pretty sure it did. Yeah. 220 wood. Inspired taming. Thanks to high mood, Hermione has experienced an inspiration. She will successfully tame the next animal regardless of difficulty. The inspiration will end after 8 days or when an animal was tamed. I have been hoping to find another female elephant for Phineas. Unfortunately, the last female elephant we found for Phineas died very shortly afterwards. She caught the plague. Which is regrettable. Well, that clears it up. It's wood. Yeah, it's just it doesn't look like any wood we have locally. I suppose they just painted it? Okay, if the room was more impressive, it might go better. But we couldn't make it that much more impressive. And if we had more participants, but we only have so many. I think this should be fine. There will be future bestowing ceremony opportunities anyway. Oh, we need a research project. Let's get the recon armor and then the marine armor. Well, hey! Dominion for Straw is ready to grant Min the title of Praetor and the power of a level 4 Psylink in a bestowing ceremony. That was fast. The bestower will arrive by shuttle and perform the ceremony. Oh, did that ceremony go so well that she gained honour as a result of it, and then that ticked her over to the next rank? The bestower will only give a title if any throne room requirements are satisfied. There's a chance of gaining extra honour, but depending on how many viewers attend the ceremony. Additionally, every viewer gains a mood bonus. You can betray the bestower. Well, we're not going to do that. To accept this quest, you need a throne room that satisfies the requirements of Min's Praetor title. 4 columns. Not this measly 2 that we currently have. Min received the title of Dame from the Dominion of Restraw. Min has gained a new level of Psylink. She can use Psylink powers of that higher level, but she needs to learn them first. Upon gaining the new Psylink level, Min automatically learned 3 psychic powers. Oh, sorry, these psychic powers. Blinding Pulse, Chaos Skip. I'll have to see what they do. Because Min is jealous, she will demand that the title's privileges be fully respected. She may refuse to do certain work types, eat low-class food, and will issue decrees. If she stops eating simple food, we have a problem. Simple meals. Her expectations will be less than high. If she dies, his title will be inherited by Oliver Levi O'Ruan. A new heir can be chosen by contacting the Dominion of Restraw through a comms console. Permit points rewarded 1. This title requires apparel appropriate to her title. Okay. Cape and lady's hat. Two columns, how drab. Only eat lavish meals, vegetarian lavish meal, carnivore lavish meal, fine meal, fine meal, insect jelly, milk. She won't eat simple meals anymore. Bestowing ceremony total quality was 82%, determined by these factors. Dum-de-dum-de-dun. Min received 2 honours as a sign of respect from the Dominion for a Straw for gathering 8 spectators. Outcome chances at 82%. Sorry, outcome chances at 82% quality. And we got the honourable bestowing ceremony at 57%. I think that's exactly what happened. The ceremony went so well that she went over the limit for the next title. So she must have been right on the cusp. That does mean feeding her is going to be a problem though. What we're probably going to have to do is bump fine meals up and tell everyone else that you're not allowed to eat fine meals, however we do that. I'm sure there's a way. You can have lavish, simple, Simple. 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 Oops, sorry. Simple. 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 Right, with any luck, that'll solve that. I mean... Oh, they're just walking away. Oh no, they are using the shuttle, I was gonna say. I mean, we may as well bump her up to Praetor. Does simple include paste? It should do, because paste is considered a lower level. But I'll double check. Simple... Where would paste be? Meals? Nutrient paste meal. Yum yum. The irony is, of course, that her husband is not allowed to have the lavish meals. Only she is. Oh well. Let's go for the next level, I guess. I just want to double check. She isn't going to be left in a position where she can't eat fine meals, will she? No, she'll still be able to eat fine meals. That's fine. Welcome back. Actually, I didn't even check if it was the same person. That might be a different bestower. Let's try this again. Twice in one day. Honourable bestowing ceremony, so she did actually gain a little more honour. Though of course this time that won't have bumped her up to the next rank. Right, her attire hasn't increased. I'll have to make sure that we get the cape and lady's hat sorted. Why did it say cape, formal shirt, lady's hat, beret? Oh, they're choices. So she can have a cape or a formal shirt, a lady's hat or a beret, I assume? She gained smoke pop. Okay, that's her Psylink ability. Tell me more. Where are these abilities? Oh, she can give a throne speech. Open the permit selection screen and choose a new permit. Unused permit points 3, honor 3. Steel drop. Honor cost if used during cooldown 4. Food drop. Cool labor team. Cool trooper squad. Silver drop. Cool area drone strike. Cool transport shuttle. Cool janitary squad. Glitter med drop. Requires title Baron or Baroness. Oh. Well, it's good to know this is available. Probably no reason to spend those permit points until we actually need the stuff, though. Where are her Psylink abilities? They should be... Oh, do I have to draft her first? Yes. So pain block. Block pain pathways in the target's brain for a short time. This can allow a person to move and act even with grievous injuries which would normally incapacitate them. Blinding pulse. Induce noise in the visual centers of the brain, obscuring vision of everyone near the target point. That's useful, but presumably that won't work on mechanoids. Chaos skip. Teleport the target to a random position near where it started. Objects above a certain size cannot be teleported. That doesn't sound that useful. I think, well, it's situational, isn't it? I mean, I suppose that could end up just outright killing someone, depending upon where they ended up. But on the face of it, that's not likely to be useful very often. Smoke pop. Skip dust particles up from under the ground surface to form a thick cloud. This reduces the accuracy of any shot fired through it and prevents turrets from locking on entirely. That's pretty useful. Mechanoids are psychic. Ah yeah, she needs to be drafted to show off the side casts. Right, is she unhappy because she doesn't have the right apparel? Supreme expectations? Oh, what have I done? My importance here is uncontested, so my comfort must be critical priority. Sorry. My importance here is uncontested, so my comfort here must be a critical priority for my people. The installer of mankind has higher expectations. Oh, so this isn't even due to her title. Jealous of Penelope's room. Why are you jealous of Penelope's room? She has a work room. What's the relative impressiveness? Very impressive versus somewhat impressive. Okay, fine. I guess we'll do something. I'm gonna need to expand your room if that's what you want. Maybe we can do it while you're away. Oh, I did look at their needs just to see if they're unhappy about what they're wearing, didn't I? Yeah, you want Praetor-specific apparel. Cape, formal shirt, ladies' hat, beret. I don't understand. How can you have a ladies' hat and a beret? That must be one or the other. That would make no sense otherwise. I mean, surely she doesn't want to wear a beret on top of a lady's hat. Surely. It's one or the other. Okay. So she wants a cape. Yeah, we haven't asked for a cape to be built yet, so we can do that. Let's bump that up. She can have a cape and a beret if she wants. Do until you have one of each. Don't include ones that are below a certain number of hit points. Excellent. Oh, how unhappy is she actually going to be? She's alright for now. More variation in recreation. We have the billiards table, we have the poker table, we have the light ball, we have the horseshoes pin. What more do you want? I guess I could give them a chess table. There is room for that over here now. Gotta start having that psychic tea. She is. I'm pretty sure we've been making psychic tea the whole time. Yep. Right. Maybe I should send her off on this trade trip before before she has a chance to become any more upset. Right. They'll be gone a while. So we were thinking, hang on, before I do that. There was that pulse rifle we were building. What happened with that? Star, could you finish the pulse rifle? I appreciate your diligence when it comes to making high explosive shells, but I prefer the pulse rifle be built at this specific instance. Maybe I'll send them off tomorrow then. A telescope? Yeah, I think you're right. I'd have to buy one, wouldn't I? Okay, we can add that to the list. So, what was it? It was gold, Glitter World Medicine, Tech Prints, telescope. Oh no, poor Penelope playing poker on her own. She's stopped now. Who's in charge of the animals, actually? I have forgotten. Conrad. Who would have been going anyway. Oh wow, he's slowed down by the joy wire. Yep, you weren't joking when you were saying about how this will affect everything he does. I don't have a TV. I've been hoping I'd be able to get one of those mega screen TVs for the colony. So yeah, that's another one to check for, isn't it? I tried to make sure there would be loads of room here. I don't know how big a mega screen TV is, but you know, I figured an 8 wide area should be enough. What's Star up to? Consuming simple meal. Making EMP shell. Now, I'd rather you finish the pulse rifle. Sorry, the charge rifle, I should say. Hang on. If Conrad's manipulation has gone down, presumably he's not going to shoot as well. Maybe I do want to give it to Gasp, but even though Gasp is missing a hand, that's going to affect their manipulation. I'm not sending the best, am I? Maybe I just give Gasp a normal hand instead of a specialised limb. Because it feels like I was originally going to give her one of the arms that makes them better at agriculture, but it looks like we've got the agriculture situation dealt with now. Thanks to N Tractor. A finished charge rifle, excellent. Okay, Conrad, please equip that. Oh, you have slowed down a bit. Gasp, please take the assault rifle. Right, so tomorrow I can send them off, can't I? Oh wow, they've already done the mining. Apparently I forgot to mark that one for mining. Where's smooth? Right, better send them off. Right, send caravan. Accept. We'll be sending Conrad, Gasp, and Min. Animals. I'll be taking Phineas the elephant and Pinocchio the rhino. Items, that's a good question. We want plenty to trade. The sculptures are probably a good bet. Blimey. Sculptures and silver? Do I take all our silver? Probably. And then I need to make sure that they have enough food on them. Is that going to be enough food? I feel like that's not going to be enough food. How long is this going to last? Not long. The raw rice, on the other hand, that'll last. Might be able to sell the tea too. Oh, the field hand can only go into a natural arm? Interesting. I thought it would be a replacement. Oh, how confident are you that that's the case? I should probably make them some travel food by the looks of it. So I shouldn't send them off quite yet anyway. How do I make a survival meal? Oh, we probably haven't researched that. Confident enough that the wiki says so. Okay, in which case I should just be giving her a bionic arm, shouldn't I? She only lost a hand, but I assume a hand is too much to grow back. So I probably just need to make her a bionic arm. Royal Tribute Collector, blimey. Is it that time already? I possibly should take a few more animals with me, actually. Ones that we could sell. No way, I thought he was missing an arm, but the field hand should be able to replace a missing hand. Oh, okay. I'm still uncomfortable sending them off without proper survival food, though. Yes, it's just the hand they lost. But since we've got the farming already dealt with, I don't know if I would be... And they are one of our main combatants. Or is a field hand more clumsy? Is it going to make them worse at shooting? There's always pemmican. That's true. But it won't take me long to research this anyway. Aesthetic nose. The nose is shaped to the user's desired form, matching prevalent beauty standards and enhancing physical impressiveness. One of our colonists did actually lose their nose. And I think, ironically enough, they were actually beautiful. As in, they had the beautiful trait. Shattered nose. Beautiful. That's Levi. Maybe we should get them aesthetic nose if we can find the tech print. Fixed hand just makes the... field hand just makes them 8% slower. Okay. Specialized limbs, that's the one I was looking for. The mechanical hand replacement is made to speed up the sowing and harvesting tasks of a farmer. Multiple telescoping finger-like protrusions can simultaneously harvest from several points on the same plant or precisely sow several holes at once. It also has a general purpose manipulator. It's somewhat ungainly, which slows down movement slightly. Yeah, I'll try and get them one of them then. Oh, we found uranium! For what that's worth. We don't need it right now, but it's good to know. Oh, not much uranium, but it's there. Yeah, we're just waiting for the research to be topped off, aren't we? Then we'll throw together a few survival meals and send them on their way. Yep, 1,200 uranium. Nothing to be scoffed at. How many survival meals are they going to need? How many meals do they eat in a day? They probably have at least 2 meals a day. I'm expecting them to be gone for about a week. That's 7 days. There's 3 of them. So we're probably looking at least 42 meals. So if I have to make 50... Oh, but this makes 4 at a time. So if I have to make 12 of these... let's just make it 15. That way, if 1 or 2 get scoffed before they leave, it won't be the end of the world. Oh wait, I see how that works. Then I do want to increase that to 50, don't I? Why are you not making any more? Surely the one at the top is the highest priority. Or is it the one at the bottom that's the highest priority? It's behaving a lot like the one at the bottom's the highest priority. Also, did Min really just eat 2 fine meals in a row? Because she should be the only one that can eat them. I mean, I'm not trying to shame her if she did. Oh, the beret's been made. So you'll have to grab that beret in when you can. Inspired taming star. Any wildlife we're particularly interested in? Lots of wild boars all of a sudden. A lot of monkeys. Not really. Do they just ignore the order? Why won't they make the survival meals? Why are they so reluctant to prioritize it? Does that mean they don't have the required stuff? That's possible. Perhaps they don't have the protein? If that's the case, we can remedy this quickly. You lot, you're drafted. You're going boar hunting. Where are the wild boars? Nope, we're not going after boomalopes. Where are the boars? Over here. Have they still not brought all this in? This will be... Okay. I feel like they need to bring that in before the elements get to it. You might need to change their food schedule when they're on the road. I don't think it's included in the simple schedule. Oh, that's true. There probably is a vegan survival meal. That's a vegetarian one. Oh, but maybe they need a source of... I don't know. Maybe they need protein, even if it's vegan protein. It's milk or bust. Wow, they scattered quickly. Where'd they go? Over there. Party. Let's just hope we don't aggro all the balls. That could be problematic. This one will surely be enough. We don't have to wipe out the entire population. Okay, you're undrafted. Oh, that reminds me. I want to any animal that's still marked for hunting, I want to undo that. Oh, they should probably help that boar out. Yes, they should. It's been blinded. As soon as one of them gets back. Oh, it died. I don't know if they got all of the boars. Not killed them, I mean picked up the bodies. Or not. Well, I'm sure R2 Cell 2 will pick up any remaining ones. Debbie is throwing a party. Everyone who goes will gain recreational and social energy and a lasting positive mood boost. Shame the hunters were away then. Oh, you just dropped a meal there. Probably because you carried it over. Oh, not another panther. How many of these are there? Just the one. I'll take care of that tomorrow. Panthers have a 50% base chance to attack when harmed. Chance depends on range and hunter stealth skill. There we go, that's helped with the survival meals. We're already up to 32. Gasp has gone out on her own to hunt this panther. Oh dear. I'm not sure whether to stop her or not. I feel like this is a bad idea and she should make sure she has support. Well, she started. Yep, this has gone poorly. As I thought it might. I have to get the others in to bail her out. Gasp, run. Good thing that armor's doing its job. Where are the others? Still a ways away. You know, this armor might actually be good enough to justify attacking. Oh, its tail's been destroyed, poor thing. We'd probably better get the doctor down here, actually. Oh, she may as well finish her meal. Guess she didn't need the others. Right, Gasp, how are you doing? Honestly, under the circumstances, you're not doing that badly, just a bit bruised. We'll still get you the doctor's help, though. Right, how are we doing on the survival meal front? All we need. Wonderful. So tomorrow they can leave. How are we doing? Chick 139 has burned to death. Did lightning strike? Wait, what's going on? Is that a fire? I'm confused. What's happening? They're burned, but I don't see a fire. Left eye burned out. Henrietta needs immediate attention. They were struck and they had some fire on their bodies. Oof. That's less than ideal. Right foot burned off. Ow. Right, the cape's still not been made. I might have prioritise that. In the hopes we can have that cape done before a pigskin cape before they leave. Doesn't look like they'll finish in time though. That's fine, it'll just go into storage and be there for Min when they get back. Did you put the beret on? You have not. Okay, I don't know why. Oh, that's... Put your beret on. Oh no, what have I clicked? What's this? Oh, it must be a beauty overlay. There we go. Oh. Oh, wait, pigskin beret? I thought you were working on a pigskin cape. I think she swapped work midway through. And she worked through the night. Which is a little unexpected. Can't imagine she's very happy about that. Right, put your cape on. Why do you have psychoid leaves in here? Shouldn't they be stored in here? Well, they will be from now on. Look at her go. Min looking like a revolutionary leader. In her beret and cape. Here to bring social justice to all. Except the bourgeoisie. Right, now it is actually time to send them off, isn't it? I keep saying I'm going to do it, now it's time to actually do it. So, Gasp. Conrad. Min. I didn't actually check that Min's happy, but that doesn't matter that much. I don't think it's going to like massively affect the trade prices or anything. I may as well take a bunch of the animals as well. for trading. That'll have to do. Right, what we're going to take with us? Silver. The statues. Good. Right, I want you to take all the survival meals with you. Yeah, you seem to think you have many more days worth of food than you need now, which is fine by me. Any you still have with you when you get back, you can put back. Right, what were the things we were looking for? Gold? Tech prints? Telescope? Gold, tech prints, telescope, and... oh, what was the other one? I'm sure there was another one. Glitter World Medicine, that was it. Visibility is how easy your caravan is to notice. It multiplies the chance your caravan will be waylaid by enemies. Visibility does not affect your ability to find things you want. Visibility is based on the total body size of all people and animals in the caravan. Yep, I think I'm happy with this. Although I suppose I should get rid of the food that's going to go off quickly. How do I see that again? Oh, that's this column, isn't it? To be fair, none of it looks like it's going to go off really quickly. I am assuming that Min is going to eat sensible food while she's away. She's not going to insist upon luxury food only. I mean, that is just too much food, isn't it? So they can leave the rice behind. Ah, they're going to need some of this, though. Leave the milk behind, that'll go off quickly. By all means, take plenty of herbal medicine with you. You don't know if you'll need it. Maybe take half the potatoes? Yeah, that should do. Yep, they should be fine with that. Some people's diets don't allow most of the food in a caravan. If they're forced to eat it due to hunger, they will become unhappy. Go back. Fine. Well, I'll take some of the fine meals with us, but don't blame me if you... In fact, I'll take them all. You can have all the fine meals with you. But don't blame me if they go off en route. did they manage to rope all the animals onto one point like that? Is this a caravan forming thing specifically? Are they off? Oh wow, I didn't even realise they could leave this way. That's actually a security risk. I didn't properly defend the base this way because I didn't know people could come in this way, let alone leave that way. Why is Gasp so unhappy? I'll never know. Oh, they've changed this. Oh, this is much slicker. I don't remember seeing this display before either. We still have a few too many dromedary camels, don't we? And we probably don't need even the female calves anymore. Wait, do we have anyone on animal handling right now? Yes, but not very high priority. Right, Hermine, you're temporarily upgraded to be high priority animal handler. Poor animals. Are they being fed? They appear to be. Goodness me, look at all that food. I haven't checked on how they're filling up. Oh wow, that's a lot more toxic waste bags than we started with. Well, we're nowhere near full yet, so we don't have to worry about it too much yet. Have we actually filled up our food storage? I think we have. probably get to the settlement and find that they don't have any of the things we want. Oh, mega screen television. That was another one, wasn't it? Telescope, mega screen television. Gold. Glitter World Medicine Tech Prints. In particular, specialised limbs if we can get them. Or if we can't get the specialised limbs tech print, then I'll settle for an actual field hand. And if we can't get that, then we'll just build a bionic hand. Well, bionic arm, I should say. Well, we've had another social fight. Hermine made a contemptuous remark about Sheet's abilities. This drove Sheet into a rage and he began a fight. Hermine tripped while trying to hit Sheet. So we have 10 colonists. Most of them need some regeneration, don't they? Actually, do most of them need it? 1? Arguably 2, unless we go for the aesthetic nose. 3, 4, 5. Can't tell. Well, I suppose we're going to want at least 10 Glitter World Medicine then. So what's the next step after that? Assuming we can get most of the stuff that we want from the settlement, where do we go from there? Well, as I was saying at the beginning of the stream, I suppose we need to make sure we sort out security. We're going to want much better defense if we intend to win the game. So I guess that means we'll need to do the autocannon research if we haven't, and probably just pepper the map with autocannons. Which, I don't know, what will we power them off of? Solar panels and batteries? I can't help but notice we don't have a lot of components at the moment. Conrad has got food poisoning from berries caused dangerous food type. Well, that's funny, because I sent them off with plenty of food and there were no berries included, I'm pretty sure. Oh, I bet the manufacturing of the munitions is competing with the manufacturing of the components, which is fine. Because we are going to want to build up a big stock of munitions. They collect berries as they go. Yeah, I can understand them collecting berries as they go. It's just, why are you collecting berries as you go, which may be poisonous? Yeah, I'm assuming you don't have the survival knowledge, the survivalist's knowledge to know what is a safe berry and what is not a safe berry. Given that you don't know that, and given that you were sent off with plenty of food, why are you eating berries at this stage? The caravan has arrived. Well, hey, trade. Right, you can have our dromedaries. Please, take the animals. They don't actually have much money, surprisingly. They have components and advanced components. I may well take a bunch of them off their hands. They have some steel. They have quite a lot of steel. Tech print, compact weaponry, specialized limbs. That's one of the things we wanted. Depends on what these survival meals actually contain. Do they just cram as much salt as possible in them? Good question. Wall raise. Form a temporary wall by skipping rubble and soil up from deep under the ground. Berserk. Induce an angry psychosis in the target's mind, causing him to attack anyone nearby. Working in recon armor. A Stygian discussion. This is only a fragment of a full prototype for reducing armor weight. However, this doesn't detract from its utility to experienced practitioners. Wait, how does this work? Oh, does this make researching recon armor easier? We're partway through that research already. By the time they get back, it'll probably already be almost done. Gold. Give me all your gold. You can have our statues in return. Or at least most of them. What else did I want? Gold, Glitter World Medicine. Tell me you have Glitter World Medicine. You do. Huzzah! Do you have anything else? What was it? A telescope? I was hoping for. I don't see one there. No. Mega screen television? Any television? Nope. Okay, so what were they again? That I was looking for. Mega screen TV, don't have. Telescope don't have. Gold they have. Glitterwood medicine they have. The tech print that I really wanted they have, but they don't have others. I could take components off of them. Probably be a good idea. I could take steel off of them. Blimey. Oh no, that's way too heavy. Reading that causes them to contribute to that research, I see. I think we've got pretty much everything that we might want, don't we? Is there a way I can just see a trade summary? I don't think so. So we're handing over our animals, other than Phineas the elephant and Pinocchio the rhinoceros, or the animals that we brought for the purpose of trading. We're buying 41 components. We're buying 28 Glitter World Medicine. We're buying a tech print for specialized limbs. We're buying a load of gold, and we're selling them loads of statues. Aesthetic Shaper, a sophisticated package of hormonal and mechanite influences shapes the muscles and fat on the body, adding non-functional aesthetic tissue where needed to achieve a desired appearance. This implant can be configured to form various body shapes according to the user's tastes, or that of their partner. Psychic Lance? Blue. Fast wound healing. Blue skin. Sorry. Psychic Lance. This Psychic Shock Lance, a limited use psychic effector. It shocks a target's mind with chaotic images, blocking coherent perception and dropping them into a state of psychic shock. There is a risk of brain damage. It is a long range but requires line of sight. I don't know. That's very expensive for what it is, given that it's limited use. I do know what you mean, because it could be clutch. But it is expensive. Essentially a free one-shot with 2 uses. I'm still not convinced, because I feel like what I want to ultimately do is just build a load of turrets around the base and just hide in there and send mortars towards people that want to attack. That doesn't feel very compatible with what this Psychic Shock Lance tries to do. It doesn't feel like... It feels like if people are that close to us already, things have already gone very badly wrong. Admittedly, if it was cheaper, I'd be a lot more tempted. Oh well. It's more useful in harder difficulties. Do you know what? Fair enough. We'll give it a go. That might end up saving the party one day. Wait, what? Was that the wrong way round? How do I send them back? Ah, that's how. Are they leaving now? Yes. And I assume they've taken the stuff with them. It would be crazy for them not to have. Looks like it. A successful trade! I think that's the first time we've successfully sent a trade caravan off and had them return. Okay, they haven't returned yet, I know. Counting a chicken before they've hatched. But I think this may be the first ever successful trade caravan we've done since 2 years ago. That's a lot of counting, considering how many eggs there are. Oh, they're eating more berries. We haven't found a reliable source of plasteel yet, have we? I suppose we're just waiting for the ground scanner to show it up. Find some. Still, we got enough Glitterworld medicine to fix everybody's various ailments, which is pretty fantastic. So, you've lost a few fingers. You've lost a nose. Some people have got scars. And you're frail, and these three I can't check right now easily. It's a long old time to do the regeneration. 8.7 days per person. And that's only because we're transhumanists. We get to do it at double the normal rate. The helmet situation... I mean... could be better. As in anyone having a helmet. I was assuming I'd just give everyone recon or marine armor though once we've researched it. I do currently have access to flak armor, so that's another possibility. No helmet, no helmet, no helmet, no helmet, no helmet, no helmet, no helmet. I don't think either of the other three do. Maybe gasp. Neural supercharging, that should probably be my next big priority. I made room for it. Someone just abandoned their t-shirt on the bed. I mean, I know I told them not to wear any clothing that's in below 50% quality, but I didn't expect them to just leave it on the bed and forget about it. A Garrulux. An enormous purple mushroom. Its size and glowing protrusions make this fungus beautiful to look at. It dies when exposed to light. So as soon as someone opens that door, is it going to die? Hang on. We're going to want that a different way up, aren't we, if we want to leave room for a neural supercharger. We have the research for neural supercharging, don't we? Yes. Gonna need quite a few components, though. 40, I suppose. I'm going to suspend this temporarily so that the creation of components takes priority. They need some more room to interact with the charger. Oh, am I not going to get away with just putting them... I've left a 1.3 in everyone's room deliberately for the charger. Is that not going to work? Ah. No, it's not. That's a pity. I think I have the solution. I don't need to move the light as well, but I figure I may as well. Good call though. Right, so now I think they'll have room for neural superchargers, although they won't actually be able to get to their dressers if I do it this way. Do they need to be able to get to their dressers? Caravan arrived at L. Looking a little less encumbered. Oh, look at Phineas go. What a good boy! With his little packs on his back. Does someone need to unload him? Is that a thing? Yep, but R2 Cell 2's already on it. Also a good boy. I've got to say, these just very basic mechanoids have done the colony so much good. Recon armor researched. Okay, next job is... where's the specialized limb stuff? Here. I don't know where they put it in the freezer, but I don't necessarily disagree. Well, it doesn't need to be frozen, but I suppose what I mean in that is far from the worst place they could have put it. Right, soon we'll have specialised limbs researched, hopefully. Well, hey? A tech print has been applied to the research project Specialised Limbs. You've completed the project's tech print requirements. Your researchers can now begin researching how to actually use the technology at your research benches. By applying the tech prints, Penelope gained 2,000 experience in the intellectual skill. Blimey. I suspect if she hasn't... Yep, she has already got up to Legendary Master. And I'm pretty sure that's the maximum you can get to. Right, specialised limbs. Research. Right, where was I? Reinstall this here. I can't help but think the bed's probably going to get in the way. But at least this way, in theory, they would still have access to their dresser. At least to some degree. And that would free up enough space to put in the neural superchargers. Out of curiosity, your bedroom was very impressive. Is this one very impressive yet? Yes. It is very impressive. So Min should no longer be jealous. Oh, wow. Oh, we've got that many components because I bought them. That's why it suddenly shot up. I was thinking, oh my goodness. Star worked very quickly. Oh, they're not going to be able to use their room like that, are they? That's not going to work. How do I do this? I think the best I can do is... yeah. I think we then move this there. Like so. And then we can do it. They can scamper over the dresser and they don't need to be able to reach the dresser either. I don't know, what about my immersion? What about my immersion cell? Oh, you know whose bedroom I've not thought about? Penelope's. Because she has a bedroom in a completely different part of the base. Inspired surgery. Thanks to high mood, she has experienced an inspiration. The next time he performs the surgery, his chance of success will be doubled. A small minimum chance of failure still applies. The inspiration will end after 8 days or when the surgery is performed. But can she even do surgery? Some familiarity. Not sure we'll be putting that inspiration to the test. Yeah, Penelope. What are we gonna do for you? We could extend your room backwards, really. I'm pretty sure the neural charger will also make the room count as smaller. Interesting. Does that matter though? Might matter in this case if the room's no longer considered very impressive, but I expect it will be. Yeah. Weren't we gonna have Star undergo a bioregeneration cycle? Yep. How is it for the others? Space cramped, space cramped, space cramped, and so on. Right, let's tear this down. I can't move a cooler, can I? I just have to deconstruct it and rebuild it, unfortunately. Right, where is walls? That's going to be under structure, isn't it? Oh, hold up, let me cancel that quickly. I forgot about that. I can't build very far up there. Because it's right near the edge of the map. I could go back exactly one space. But I'm not sure that's worth it. Oh, we're having energy problems again. Yep. We'll have to get to work on another geothermal spot, I guess. That'll be the next one, I'd have thought. Our enemies could really make our life difficult by cutting off the power. Was there a follow-up to the 600 gold you gave? That was silver. And no, I don't think there was, unless I completely missed it. I don't know if those quests ever can have a follow-up, to be honest. They won't target the hidden conduits. Ooh, is that a specific... Okay, I should be building them then. Hang on. Cancel. Oh, they've already built a load. Okay, deconstruct all that. Unfortunately, it means I'm going to need to knock out a bunch more power, doesn't it? Temporarily. Right, power. Hidden conduit. I think they're going to have a sad night with regards to power. I hope that's not a problem. Doesn't seem to be. Welcome back, Jenny. I take it there's no reason for me to deconstruct the conduits that are already inside walls. Did you have a good time, Jenny? I see. And Ray? Yeah, it's been going alright. We've certainly been making progress this time. Been bizarrely peaceful. I'm not quite sure why. No, I insist you finish this, Vikinger. Because then power's back for everyone. Right, now you can go to bed. Right, we want another sandstone wall. To keep that safe. Look at fake dippities go. Yes! We can make specialized limbs. Right, marine armor is probably next on the list. Right, where would I order a specialized limb here? I was expecting it to be in the fabricator. Oh no. It's just in the machining table. One shield hand. Shield hand? One field hand, please. Oh, of course. We're bioregenerating star right now. Yep, got to specialise those limbs. I'm sure after many months, Gasp will be happy to have a hand again. Blimey, look at all the food. We're actually overproducing food now, I think. Which is a great place to be. Yeah, some conduits are missing, specifically because I'm still waiting for them to destroy a few of them. Right, now I should be able to build the remaining conduits. I take it I was correct in my assessment that the conduits that are inside walls don't have to be hidden conduits. Because they're already hidden by the wall? Oh well, I'm sure we'll find out. He's a good rhino. You're a good rhino. Ancient shopping cart. Interesting. Ancient ATM. Is that silver? It is silver. Oh, don't mind if I do. Excellent. That should be part of the grid now. So we should be sorted for power for a little longer. Right, how's Star doing? Five more days to go. Can I... What am I going to do with all this excess food? I don't want it to just, like, get shoved in spaces where it's going to be... where it's going to rot away. Because our freezer's full. There must be something productive I can do with it. If we had more traders, I could sell it, but we don't. Yeah, I could turn it all into chem fuel. I don't think there's a way I can tell it to Can I give it a priority? I don't think there's a way I can say, make chem fuel with this, but only if there's food available in zones of this priority or less. So that it doesn't try and take stuff out of the fridge. Because I don't want to convert all our food into chem fuel, just the overflow. Oh, I can tell it which stockpiles to check. Ah, that's very handy. I've no idea where stockpile zone 1 is. Why did it say they're incomplete? Could use the distance check for that. Distance check. Ingredients radius. Ah. Interesting. That does raise possibilities. Where am I going to want to store this chem fuel? I'm really put off by this whole allusion to it producing fireballs. Maybe I just need to build a dedicated building like this. But if I did, I'd want to put a trade beacon in it. Okay, so I suppose if we were going to do this, what would this look like? Stockpile zone. Food overflow. I guess I don't care if it's rotten. But we don't want meals. In fact, clear all. Just raw food, I think. Yes, I guess. That should work. Priority normal, so it won't want to put stuff in there unless it has to. And we change the details here. Why does it say incomplete? When I click on stockpiles, look in food overflow. Oh, incompatible. Why is it incompatible? So do forever. Oh, because that's where it's looking to place it. Got it. That makes sense. So if I said do forever. So yes, I'd have to use this. So a radius of 4 should do it. So in theory that would work. Then I'd need to build somewhere to put all the chem fuel. Where would I want it? I'd probably want it close enough that it could be used. guess the most sensible way would be to actually build a room coming off of here. Just have like its own dedicated room so that if for some reason an enemy does go in there, worst thing they do is they just create an explosion in a little room of its own. Which really doesn't matter. And then I'm going to want a trade beacon in there, aren't I? Yeah, I think that's more or less what we're looking at. Wow, you are really fast at mining. 14 mining. Master. That'll be why. Doors. Can we make auto doors yet? Maybe I didn't research that. No, I don't look like I have. Right, I want granite doors into here. I want a granite door airlock. Orbital trade beacon, build copy. In here, please. And then we're going to want to create a new zone. No, that's not what I meant. Stockpile zone, that's the one. Clear all. And then we're going to just allow chem fuel. And we'll call it chem fuel. And we'll remove chem fuel from here. And we'll set this to preferred. And I think that's everything we need to do. Oh, we hit compacted machinery. Well, I mean, it would be rude not to. Oh, and compacted steel. And then the last step... Oh yeah, that is excess, isn't it? And the final step would be to say that... Take to chem fuel. That's the one. So I think that's as safe as we can realistically make it. Right, how's that bioregeneration coming along? 3 days till it ends, okay? And hopefully by the end of that, good old Star will have lost her frailty due to her age because she'll have bioregenerated it away. Blimey. Quite a bit of steel here. Handy little thing to have stumbled across, really. Wow. There is a lot here. Goodness me. Well, that's it. They did a good job mining all that out, though. Why are you in here, animals? I need to change the allowed area for large herbivores. Oh, I see. So this isn't an allowed area for a large herbivore, but this is, so they're allowed to walk through it, apparently. It's humorous in this instance, but is that sort of logic that sometimes gets colonists killed? When you explicitly tell them, do not go to this location, there's turrets there, you will be gunned down. But then they think, oh, but there's a log over there I need to pick up. And the only possible way I could path there is through this dangerous turret. So clearly, you didn't actually mean to prohibit me from going through there. You just meant in general tend to avoid it. And then they get gunned down. How's Min doing? No new finds yet. I may as well start hooking up the next geothermal gen, mightn't I? Beef rotted away into storage, that'll be up there because no one was converting it. Blimey, it's taken them a long time to collect all that steel, hasn't it? Plasteel would be useful now. If the next discovery with the ground penetrating scanner could be a plasteel deposit, a big one. Because that's what I think we're going to need for both the high level weaponry and the high level armour. I don't know why they put the psychic shock glance in the freezer, but they have. Two more days until Star can leave, and will hopefully no longer be frail. Oh, they don't call it a geothermal spot, do they? They call it a steam geyser. Right, there's one there, one there, one there, one there. Right, so that is all of them. There's only two more left. After that, if I need more power, I'm going to have to find another way to acquire it. Oh, is it worth doing this now? Probably not. I should probably wait. Did we research autocannons actually? No. So that's one to do. What was the other one? There was another one that I was saying earlier. Auto doors. Auto doors and auto cannons. Those would be a good idea. How's everyone feeling? No artificial enhancement, 8 without a table. Honestly, not a lot to be sad about. Disturbed sleep? I don't know why that would be. That one's a nudist, so they don't like wearing clothes. Recreation unfulfilled, not a lot I can do right now. Minor pain, that'll be dealt with once I get you into the bioregenerator. If you want a neuro supercharge, then you should be able to get one. Oh yeah, how is Conrad doing now that they've been... I take it they haven't had a neuro supercharge yet, so we can't see how... how well it's counteracting their joy wire. Wait, what? That I know I built 2 neural superchargers here. What happened to the other one? Did someone destroy it in a tantrum? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have no clue what happened there. Oops. Min ate it. I am very confused. Maybe I cancelled it. I didn't think I did. How do I tell who owns one of these? It says allow guests, which implies it has an owner, but I don't see the normal... Oh, I suppose because the bedroom's associated with a given person? Probably. Why are you soaking wet? Oh, because it's raining. That would make sense. There we go. Consciousness is at 110%. So despite having the joy wire... Oh no, that's sheet. I'm looking for Conrad. 90%. I think it tunes to the first person that uses it. Yeah, I want to make sure that that is the person that owns the bedroom in each case. But I don't see where I would check that. Oh, allow guests is allow this neuro supercharger to be used by temporary faction members. Okay, perhaps they aren't associated with an individual person then. Oh, Gorillon pod has sprouted. Well, it would be rude not to. I still want to build another neural supercharger up here. Perhaps I do need to just push this back by a single block. I don't see another way I'm going to do this. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to. Okay. Walls. Granite walls. Hold on, I'll build a copy of this here. Apparently I'm not allowed to yet. So that's been marked for destruction. Fairly soon I should have enough room in there to fit a neural supercharger. I would actually prefer that people make a priority of building this area. I'd rather it be done by the time she has to go to bed. Wait, I don't need that one, do I? I just need the next one along. Oh, thank goodness he grabbed the bricks at the last minute. I thought I was about to lose them. We can change the floor while we're here. Floors, we'll go with hex tile. Because why not? Ah, I need to build the cooler again. Yeah, that'll do. I doubt they'll have this completely finished by the time she's ready for bed. But at least it's a room again. It's a room with cooling, so she won't overheat during the night or anything. More meats rotted away in storage. How's Star doing? Oh, Star's out! Star is out! And is no longer frail. Well, hey! It worked! We'll have to decide who's next. So, you've lost your right middle finger. You've lost your right middle finger and your ring finger. Your nose is shattered. What about that aesthetic nose? Was that one we needed a special tech print to get? Yeah, it was flesh shaping, wasn't it? Was that the other one I could have picked up at the settlement and didn't? I've got a feeling it might have been. Well, it might be nice to let you regrow your nose. You've got a scar that's itchy. You've got another type of scar that's itchy. You've got a scar that's itchy. We're going to give you your hand back. It's going to be a specialised one. I could start with any of them, couldn't I? Who's got the biggest stat penalty? It probably is Hermine on account of having lost 2 fingers. Where was it? Yeah. How do I unassociate this with Star? If I want to send someone else in, or can I not? Is that not a thing? Cannot start medic cycle, biotune to someone else. So how do I unbiotune it? I don't know. I still have the wiki up, don't I? The Biosculpting pod is a miscellaneous building added by the Ideology DLC that can heal a variety of injuries and even reverse pawn aging. It's very important to colonists with transhumanist ideologies, but other colonists can still build and use it. I think you have to use another person on it. Well, I tried that and the game told me no, you're not allowed to because this is biotuned to another person. The pod becomes biotuned to its user at the end of the cycle. While biotuned, it cannot be used by anyone else, but cycles will complete 25% more quickly. Biotuning resets if the pod is unused for 80 days? Oh my goodness. Okay, that's suboptimal. So realistically, I'd have to have one of these for each colonist. How much power does it even use? It doesn't use much power, to be fair, except when active. We could probably turn it off. Yeah, so if we needed the power, we could turn them off. But it does sound like I would need a load more of these. That's suboptimal. Oh well, we'll stick Hermine in this one then. "10 days, goodness me. Oh well, that's the only way they're getting their fingers back. Second left toe, cut scar, right ring finger cut off, right middle finger cut off. Now your back star. Oh, you've already started on the field hand, wonderful. Oh no, Sheet has. Okay, Sheet, could you finish it? I guess there is room for more of these down this side. I had thought we'd be doing gene-related stuff here, but... perhaps not. I can reinstall these. Yeah, I can reinstall these at other locations. So if I did build a purpose-built room for just these, a bit like a, what are they called? The place where the Borg regenerate, one of those chambers. And then I could move them. Why have they just discarded clothing in the middle of the throne room? I didn't know he could get on top of big furniture like that to build a floor underneath. Anyway, we need a neural supercharger, don't we? One more. Oh, I just realised you're the only colonist not to have a sleep accelerator as well. Let's fix that immediately. Alright, this is going to cost us a few components, isn't it? Oh, an old-fashioned power conduit. I'll have to have that deconstructed and changed for a hidden one. Obviously I missed that one before. Blimey, that's a lot of chem fuel. Is that field hand complete? It must be. Right, who needed it? It was Gasp, wasn't it? Their right hand has been cut off. I believe it was medical treatment needed. Min? What happened, Min? Oh, asthma. Huh. You should probably be a priority for being healed then. Still, that's not... Medical treatment may be needed, but that's not urgent. Where was I gasped? I think it got cut off by an insect, didn't it? Oh, the game doesn't say anymore. Anyway, it's the right hand you need replaced. So there's a field hand, install field hand for your right hand. Penelope, I know you may be cloud watching, but now's the time that people need treatment. I might send Min in there to get treated right now, even though we already have someone in a bioregenerator. Just get rid of that asthma as quickly as possible. It's not a bioregenerator, is it? It's a biosculpting pod. Excellent. How's Gasp doing after their operation? Honestly, not too bad. I am going to need to build another room for all these bioregenerators, aren't I? Alright, let's get that underway, I guess. Where am I going to put it? I want it connected to the hospital if possible. I guess up here they can probably clamber over the shelf for the building purposes, and then we can just move the shelf later. Right, how big does it need to be? So, let's see, we're going to have 5, we're going to have, I suppose, 10 of these biosculpting things in total. Yeah, so that's going to be, it's going to need to be at least 6 in one direction. Do we even have that much room left? I feel like, wait. I feel like we're past the building limit, or getting very close to it. Yeah. Okay, this direction's not going to work then. That may mean that I can't actually build something that connects to the hospital. That's fine, I guess. Over here, maybe? Yeah, I guess it'll have to be. I'll have to bring power down here, but that's fine. So it's going to need to be, I think, 11 in one direction and 6 in the other. Yeah, that should work. Hang on. No, that would work, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that would work. No, that could be done slightly better. No, that should be fine. That should be fine. So that'll be our biosculpting room. For now, we'll just leave these ones in the hospital. Excellent. That'll give us time to build some more components as well. Do we still have plenty of steel? Yeah, we still have plenty of steel. How's the deep drilling going? They've still got a fair bit more steel that they can harvest. Slow going stuff. Plenty of wood? Yep, we still have plenty of wood. Not run out of that yet. It sounds silly, but I feel like I'm running out of things to do. I know what the priorities are right now, but it just feels like there's a lot of waiting. Like, one of the things we haven't addressed at all, when I mentioned at the start of the stream, was we're going to need to work on our defences. Hello, have we just struck components? We have. Compacted machinery, wonderful. And that's still the case. But there's more research we need to do before then. We need to get the autocannons, at least with the defences I'm planning to build. And also... Hello, are we having power problems? Surprisingly, yes. Oh, I know why that is. So I told them to deconstruct one of the power conduits so we could replace it with a hidden power conduit, but I forgot to tell it to build that. Okay. I do wonder if I should have secondary power conduit so that it's effectively in parallel, so that if one conduit is broken for some reason, would still have power. Anyway, yeah, so security, I definitely need to address that. That's something that needs to be done, but there's some more research we need to do before then, and I'm still waiting on having enough components. Which is just a gradual thing. We're building components. It is getting done. It's just, you know, it gets done at a particular rate. Other priorities are things like getting the rest of the colonists into biosculpting pods. That's going to happen. It just takes time. Apparently these two aren't linked. Or if they are, their settings are wrong. I think they just weren't linked. Right. They should take all the inappropriate things off that shelf now. I mean, ultimately we're going to move towards completing the game. The easiest one is probably going to be... Oh, I don't see it here. Perhaps it's not technically a quest, but we can tech up to the point that we can build a spaceship and try and get off-world. That's going to be the most straightforward way to try and win the game. There are other options. I have been considering the Royal Ascent path, since Min's already a praetor. There's a fair way to go until she becomes a... Is it a Baroness she needs to be? No, a Countess. It's going to be a fair while before she's a Countess, but that's another way we could try and do this. But ultimately, the only thing stopping us from doing that right now is, in one case, teching up, in the other case, working our way up the feudal rankings and having defences in place. Because either of those two endings would lead to us being attacked a lot by powerful enemies, and we would need better defences. Building armour, building better weapons, that's also stuff that's on the to-do list, but for that we need plasteel, this resource, and the only way I know to get plasteel is either to trade for it, or we need to wait till the ground-penetrating scanner shows up a deposit of it. So these are all very doable things. There we go, marine armour. That was another bit of useful research. So we can actually make some very, very nice armour now. The only armour in the game I know of that's better is the cataphract armour, but we need 2 tech prints to do that. I could just build him a television. I was going to wait for the mega screen television, but we haven't had a trader all stream, I don't think. Unless I just missed one. What am I looking for? Auto doors and auto turrets. Those were the 2 I wanted to make, wasn't it? Wherever they are. That's auto cannon. But auto doors should be much earlier. There it is. You could get plasteel delivered to you if you summon the boss mechs. I beg your pardon. Are you trying to see this colony destroyed? Oh, if you just summon an ancient evil to the base, all your wishes will come true. Can I use the permit? I know Min has a bunch of permits we haven't used. How do I access them? Here. Can I get plasteel? No. That's not a thing. Oh, they've done all this. Excellent. So, flooring. I'll go with sterile tiles again. Do we have enough silver? Yes, surprisingly. I think there is a cleanliness bonus to the Biosculptors, so it is worth it in this case. Yes, cleanliness speed factor. And what's the other thing? Smoothing. We need to order all the walls smoothed out. I don't think that's worked quite how I wanted. I think somehow I ordered the ground smoothed and a floor built simultaneously. Which isn't what I wanted. There we go. And so fairly shortly... Oh, that's interesting. If I zoom out, it goes blurry. I don't know if you can actually tell once the video's been compressed. Maybe it all looks a bit blurry. But there's a definite transition. When I do one graduation of zoom there, suddenly the lines go blurry. Sorry. What was I thinking? So we're going to put our biosculptors in there fairly shortly. I've forgotten what I was going to say after that. Should check how people are doing again. Not health. Needs. Supreme expectations. No artificial enhancement. Constraining clothing. 8 without a table. Sweaty. Unsightly environment. Darkness. Where are you? Oh, you're... Well, yeah, but you're building a new room. Minor pay, no artificial enhancement, etc, etc. They're all doing reasonably well, considering. Much better than they were at the start of the stream. Hey, it's on-time delivery. Yes. I could make a quip about that being a rare thing in this day and age, but honestly it isn't. It's frankly worrying how speedy Amazon often is with its deliveries. You do wonder how they actually manage to do that. I know they have big warehouses and special data systems that know everything that's in storage, and they'll have special software which optimizes drivers' routes, well, multiple drivers' routes, so that they can get the most. A team of drivers can get the most delivering done in a day. But it is frankly weird when you order. I know this doesn't always happen, but you'll order something one evening and then it'll arrive like the following afternoon, and you think, how on earth did they manage to do that so quickly? The answer is overwork. Yes. Yeah, they do have a bit of a reputation for that, unfortunately, don't they? Right, we've finished auto door. Now let's go for auto cannon. party! Sheet is throwing a party. Everyone who goes will gain recreation and social energy and a lasting positive mood boost. Oh, how's Gasp doing now? Perfectly well, so far as I can tell. Region known master at plants. I'll have to think about what sort of enhancement I'm going to give the others, since they're all going to want enhancements. Unfortunately, a lot of this fun stuff requires tech prints. I didn't realise to what extent we'd be reliant on tech prints later on. How are these two doing? Hermine has 6 more days in there. Min has 7 more days. I should get a light in there, shouldn't I? Would be a good idea. That'll do. I think they actually work slower in the dark as well, so this whole job would probably get done quicker if it were light. More beef has rotted away in storage because they haven't turned it into chem fuel fast enough. Which is fine. It is, by definition, excess. Goodness me, we have a lot of herbal medicine. That's something I could look into. I could look into upgrading our medicine soon. Medicine production, is that the one? Yes, but we need neutroamine, which I'm fairly certain we have to trade for. I think when we were playing the game with the... Oh, what was he called? The super soldier subspecies of human. Oh, I've forgotten the name now. Well, I've got the wiki up, don't I? The Hussars, that was them. When we had the Hussar in one of our previous attempts, we had to constantly produce go juice, and I seem to remember one of the requirements for that. I say we had to because he had a genetic dependency on go juice. If he didn't get it, he'd die. We had to acquire neutroamine for that, and I'm pretty sure the only way we could do that was via trading as well. Yeah, looks like it. Neutroamine is a pain. Haven't we been lucky not to be raided? It almost makes you worry, doesn't it? What's our wealth like? fairly good. Oh, look at that. There's a sudden dip in our wealth. I bet that's when we sent off the caravan. And I bet that's when the caravan returns. And look, the game considers us to be ever so slightly less wealthy, as though we got a poor trade deal. And then our wealth just continues to increase. Good old Fidippides. Oh, it's a she. I only just noticed that. Well, if it's a she, Fidipidea. The trade deals are always poor. They buy things at a pittance. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's the only way to acquire certain things. Oops. Cancel. Yep, I think this should work. Ah, power. Yes, I need to bring power through here. Autocannon research complete. What are we researching next? I have no idea. If I made them a bunch of beer, would that count as a form of recreation? I could make IEDs for better defense? That's not actually a bad idea. An EMP trap might be just what we need for dealing with mechs. Transport pod? Oh, so I could actually send people off in a transport pod to half the journey times. That could potentially be useful. A long-range mineral scanner. Never used them. I assume it works like the penetrating, the ground penetrating scanner, but instead of finding resources in your section of the map, it probably finds them all over the world map. Oh, there's loads of stuff I haven't researched, but we could get to work on television technology, since we haven't had the opportunity to buy a mega screen television yet. I was working on the power, wasn't I? I wanted to have them bring power through this way. There we go, that should do it. And while we're at it, we need to build a few more biosculpting pods. Have I sized the room up wrong? I have, haven't I? Hang on. Before you continue, let me correct this. So how many did I want in here? I wanted 10 in total, so that should have been 16, not 11, because it would have been 5 times 3 plus 1 for the size of room I wanted. So that's on me. So this needs to be increased by 5 by 6. How are they getting on? 3 more days? 5 more days. Beggars wish for aid. A group of poor travellers are approaching looking for help. The travellers are begging for 70 herbal medicine. They need the medicine to attempt a life-saving operation on a fellow traveller who was attacked by mechanoids. I notice they never seem to ask for stuff that we don't have. Interestingly enough. Oh, Min isn't available. Who is the next highest social? Min isn't available because she's being biosculpted right now. I think it might be Conrad. It is. We have loads of herbal medicine. That's not even going to dent our supply. Oh, we hit components again, I think. We must have. Oh, that's alright. And we'll smooth this out. For those that are wondering, I will be wrapping up soon. I was just going to wait for these two to get out of their biosculpting pods, which will happen in about 4.4 more in-game days. I don't know exactly how long a game day is, but that'll probably be in the next 10 minutes or so, I would guess. As long as I don't pause much. Right, how far is this from this edge? It's 5 in. So if I wanted to build a copy, it would be here. That's symmetrical, I mean. Seven hours is quite a lot. Yeah, it is. Still, time flies when you're having fun, as they say. I hope you've all been enjoying it. I know that RimWorld isn't the best spectator game in the world. Not enough child killing. Oh, that hasn't been smoothed yet, which is why I can't bring the power conduits through there. Editing memes. You can edit memes by clicking on them. I don't know how memes work in this game. On multiple occasions I've seen things about, like, oh, you can't research this unless you have the right meme, or, well, things along those lines, and I have no idea how memes spread in this game, and how one would use them to their advantage. Do you have a fluid ideology? I don't know what that means, so probably not. Is that... so does that mean memes exist in ideologies that are so-called fluid? As the name would suggest, they're changeable. Let me check our ideology, actually. wherever it is. So, memes, loyalist, transhumanist, human primacy. Oh, so these are the memes. I see. So they're using memes to mean the sort of foundational tenets of our ideology. Interesting. So presumably because it's not fluid, that means I'm not allowed to change anything? Long Link Zeus Hammer. A war hammer with an embedded EMP capacitor. Upon impact, it blasts the target with an EMP burst in addition to the physical damage. Deep Lash, an object with ideologious significance. Starshirt, an object with ideologious significance. A fluid ideologian allows you to change your ideology as you play, otherwise the ideologian is permanent. I see. Well, that answers that question. Oh, I have to tell the elephant, I have to tell all the large herbivores again where they're not allowed to go. Right, large herbivores. Oh my goodness, that's the area. So he went through all this area he's not allowed to be in just to quickly walk over this one tile wide area that he thought he could go to. Oh dear. Also, why haven't they picked up these components yet? That's a bit weird. Right, so we need some, or rather, we could do with some more of these. I might move these over slightly, actually. There we go. Ah, much better. Build copy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Interesting. I wonder, is it artistic they use to play the piano? I wonder. Oh, we've done well for components. Why have we done so poorly for advanced components? Did I disable that? No. Are we lacking something? We're lacking the plasteel, that'll be it. And I suppose I should have them resume making high explosives soon. Not quite sure why they've given up on making biofuel, but we don't need any more right now. Still, can have other people with different ideologies to have access to their meme stuff. Yeah, but it tends to create problems within the colony when you have multiple ideologians. Things seem to go much more smoothly if they all think alike. At least from what I've seen so far. How are they doing? 16 more hours and 1.9 days. Though only transhumanist gets the good stuff. Oh, that's really interesting. I went with transhumanist because I liked the idea. I thought in a sci-fi game like this it would work well to have a colony of people that are trying to use technology to improve themselves. I didn't realise that RimWorld actually favours transhumanists and gives them the best stuff. That's interesting. Can I reinstall this with someone in it? I assume that's a bad idea and I'm not going to try. Rebuffed by Debbie. Wow, I can't believe we've reached a point where we're actually doing so well in this game. We can have a room full of biosculpting pods. I don't remember exactly how far I got in the game 2 years ago, but that was the farthest I'd got in RimWorld up to that point, and I think we probably have got farther at this point. I know I had begun building the spaceship in that game, I think, but I don't remember having quite such an easy time, quite such readily available resources and labour. Then again, part of that will be down to Cell's excellent advice, making things run a lot more smoothly. From what I saw of your VODs, your current ideology came from a man in black. Yes, that is actually true. Coincidentally, my original colonists were also transhumanists, although it was a different ideology. So some of our tenants did change, but both were transhumanists. Oh, so you saw the shame of having all my original colonists cut down then? How can I have a negative grid excess? Oh, the battery. That's worrying. Why are we... Oh, are these draining the power? They must be. I didn't think we were that close to... Okay, I'll toggle the power on these then. These don't need to be on right now. And I don't know of any reason to have them on until we actually want to use them. There we go, that should fix the problem. Yep, that's fixed it. Man, seems like you need a switch to turn them off. I mean, in principle, yes. I haven't particularly wired it very well for that, though. Since I didn't have that in mind originally. It's fine. Oh, Hermine's out. Hermine's out. How are you feeling, Hermine? Wonderful. Regrown all your fingers. I think you had a scar as well, didn't you? Darkness, soaking wet, constraining clothing, ate without a table. Okay. And how's Min doing? Min had asthma. She has 5 hours left in the Biosculptor pod. I may as well have this moved down now, mightn't I? Flat screen television researched. Wonderful. Like I say, I was going to go for a mega screen television, but I mean, if that's not within our means. A single-use man-portable low shield projector deployed on the ground. It generates a circular shield that allows bullets out but not in. The unit is designed to last only a short time before burning out. Many Ultratech combat units owe their lives to a shield pack deployed at the right time. That sounds like a good idea. Television. Oh, am I not allowed to have it overlapping with this marriage spot? Was that the problem? Looks like it. I don't like that radius though. You'd have thought people over there would be able to see it. I mean, at a slightly awkward angle, but not to the point where they couldn't enjoy it. Oh well. Actually, I suppose I'd have been better off building it one over, wouldn't I? Yeah, I think that gets one more. I think one more person can see it that way. Oh, Min's out. Min. How are you doing, Min? Wonderful. Completely lost your asthma. Right, let's reinstall over here. And I should probably have it set for automatic age reversal, shouldn't I? I don't know how that will interact with it being turned off though. I may need to supply more power and have them permanently on if I want them to actually automatically reverse their aging. Still, in theory, I won't have to worry about them getting any more ailments due to aging if ooh, I probably should have had them one further down. Oh, it doesn't matter, that'll do. That'll do fine. Excellent, so we'll probably stop there for tonight. I hope you all enjoyed it. We certainly made quite a bit of progress. I still haven't built any defences, or any more defences for the base, so I guess that will have to be priority number 1 for next time. But we've also reached the point where we need to start thinking about how we're going to attempt to win the game, actually pick one of the win conditions and go for it. See you, Cell Technology. Thank you for joining me. It was a pleasure talking to you. So, upcoming streams. Next stream is going to be on Monday, and that's going to be Nier Automata. After that, it'll be Friday, which will also be Nier Automata. And following that, hang on, did I show all the follower screens? I may have skipped one, not sure. After Friday will be Saturday, and that will be more RimWorld. All of those will be from 4 o'clock British Summer Time. Should any of that change for any reason, then I'll announce it on social media, which currently means X, formerly known as Twitter, Blue Sky, Mastodon, and Meta Threads. I'll also announce it on our Discord server. I don't think there's much more to say. I suppose my Nier Automata progress. I completed the majority of the unfinished side quests last stream. That was on Friday, yesterday. There's, I think, 5 left. 2 of which are immediately available. 2 of which I know of but cannot do yet, and 1 of which is still a mystery. Other than that, there's a bunch of other little achievements I should probably try to accomplish, like getting all the endings, that sort of thing. So I imagine that's going to be... fairly soon I'm going to have to go to a guide, I think, so I actually know where the things are that I need to be doing. Anyway, that's where I am in Nier Automata. So thank you all for coming. I hope you all enjoyed it, and I hope you all have a wonderful night. Good night, everybody, and thank you for keeping me company, everyone that did.